22-23. City
Okay.
Clerk, please.
Yes, I'll take the roll. Councilmember Ferguson,
Here.
Councilmember Noblock,
Here.
Councilmember Ward,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Here.
and Mayor James.
Here.
Okay, first item. Thank you. First item on the agenda is a report from the Financial Services Officer concerning the fiscal year 2021-22 second quarter report.
All right, good evening, council. My name is Jake Ron, and I'm here to present the second quarter financial report for fiscal year 2022, which is the quarter ended December 31st, 2021. The second quarter report, as in the past, is largely focused on the general fund, since that is the main operating fund of the city. I'm going to cover some highlights from the report briefly before starting the LTFP. Fiscal year 2022 budget revenues are 72.5 million, and actual revenues through the second quarter are 32.1 million. Total revenues are 2.9 million higher than at this time last year. Currently, we are at 44% of the total revenue budget for the year, which is greater than last year's level of 42%. More revenue information by category is discussed further in the report. For the expenditures, the fiscal year 2022 budget totals 79.9 million, and expenditures ended the second quarter at 37.5 million, or 47%. This amount was 3.3 million higher than at this point last year. Some of this increase is due to multiple items, including some of the pension payments done under the 321 plan, and increases to police and fire contracts, and also increases related to higher activity levels for services provided by the city. Overall, the expenditures are in line with expectations at this point, and additional expenditure information is included in the report. As part of the report, there's also a brief summary of the police contract vacancy and overtime reporting. Essentially, the report shows overtime is being used to offset vacancies under the OCSD contract. From a net cost standpoint, the OCSD contract is on track for the year. If there's any questions, I'm available to handle them. If not, we'll move on to the long-term financial plan.
Any questions?
I have one.
Sir, please.
Thank you. Jake, how are legal costs doing?
Legal costs, again, they're included in the general government category.
Right.
Primarily. I don't know the specifics as to that individual line item. We can put together a brief little summary and send that out to council. Some of the legal costs are also related to Silver and Wright. Those would be charged to the police area, and
Code
also
enforcement. Yeah, code enforcement.
yeah, code enforcement and a couple other areas too. But I would say the primary retainer and some of the ancillary costs are included in general government amount.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, if it's not too much trouble, otherwise I could wait for the budget workshop that we're going to have. I just want to see how they're trending downwards or upwards,
Okay.
because it's a big cost for us every year of a couple $1 million. So thank you.
I can actually provide a little bit more insight into that. So as part of the city attorney evaluation, in that packet that the council members received, they did receive a historical summary of expenditures as well as current year expenditures. And to answer your question, they are trending down from previous years.
What are
And so
they?
that summary, I don't have it in front of me, but it was
Oh,
provided
you
to the
don't.
council
Okay.
members. So I would actually recommend that the council reference that to see the annual expenditures currently as it looks at previous years.
Okay, but you can't remember on the top of your head if it's less by $500,000 or
Oh, I think
quarter of a
it's,
million?
I'm going to say it's probably trending down by at least $2 million less than previous years.
2 million less than previous years?
Yes, our highest year, I want to say, was probably 18-19, if I remember
4
correctly.
million?
Closer to somewhere in the 3 million range, and then it's about 1 point. I'm not going to guesstimate, but it's
Oh,
significantly lower.
Can I interrupt? I just found that memo. If
Oh,
I
good.
could,
Yes,
council member,
please.
yeah. Fees for 2021, this is from our firm excluding special counsel that Jake mentioned, were 1.132 million. And at mid-year, well, this was dated March 1st. We expected that the total for 21-22 would be 1.159, which was trending well within the budget the council had set.
Okay, and Silver Right is usually about 250,000.
That's right.
So.
Well, their
okay.
retainer is 99,000. I can't speak to their other expenditures.
Yeah, it's about, yeah, 2/3. Okay, thank you. Thank
Councilmember
you
Ward, I
all
think you
for your
have-
collective input on that.
No, I actually don't. And I do agree with staff that that was given to the city council already.
Okay, thank you. Comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Thank you.
So I'll give a brief introduction before we begin the long-term financial plan. I know there's been a lot of discussion as it relates to zero-based budgeting and other type of concerns related to the San Clemente budget. The overall summary of the LTFP is that we are looking in a very positive outlook going forward. If you recall, in previous LTFPs, we were forecasting a negative operating position. However, as we come out of the pandemic, we're seeing sales tax and property tax exceed expectations as it relates to our forecast. And in doing so, we are now looking out over the next 4 years at seeing operating positions being in the positive, which then affords the city council more one-time expenditures for capital improvement projects, information technology products, et cetera. One thing that I think is really important to convey is our budget is operating at the bare minimum. As of today, we have 34 vacancies within the city of San Clemente. It's important to note, since the first quarter of this calendar year, we've onboarded since January 1st, 9 new full-time employees. And so we are continuing, HR is continuing to work diligently on those vacancies, but those vacancies provided us with a very large cushion through the pandemic. And going forward, we're going to maintain a certain level of vacancies to absorb any issues that come from inflation, et cetera. With that said, and I've said this many times before, it affects a number of the departments and how they can operate, because if they're not fully staffed, they can't operate at 100%. And I've made it very clear to the staff that I don't expect them to operate at 100% when they're not staffed at 100%. And so, again, we're prioritizing all of our projects and workloads to complement our existing resources. But with these vacancies going into the next fiscal year, and I don't want to keep 34 vacancies forever, and we're going to be recruiting, but we are going to be maintaining a certain level of vacancies just for that added cushion from a financial perspective. And so I think it's really important for the council to know that what you'll see in the proposed budget, not tonight, but as we begin the proposed budget, we'll be coming in at the bare minimum as it relates to staffing. Again, 34 vacancies is significant for a city that has 200 full-time positions.
So a question, city
Please.
manager. So the positive operating position, is that largely a factor of these vacancies and having that extra funding because of that?
I will say it is definitely a significant factor that contributes to that, as well as the sales tax and the property tax exceeding expectations as well.
So, city manager, I may differ with you on a few points, but overall, I agree with you. I would still like to see the city, even if it's 95% or 94% staff, I'd still like to see the city operate at 100%. I think with very often you find organizations find they can do just as much, if not more, with less. And it's certainly what you do in the private sector. And I think we owe our taxpayers at the very least the effort to do it in the public sector. With a couple of exceptions, I want to be able to ensure that we keep community development, particularly planners, fully staffed. I want to be able to move projects along. I don't want to hear about, well, we're not fully staffed, so we have a lag. And I haven't heard that, but just be aware of that. And then the other thing, and I think you'll bring it up, we talked about this earlier today, is I want to see our pools open. And we need, if we have to pay a little more for lifeguards, and I don't want to steal your thunder, you're going to present that later. We're just going to have to do that. Those are two community assets that we owe to our taxpayers. We owe it to them to keep them open and have them operational.
I don't disagree, and I'll have more to update on the pools under city manager comments as part of the council meeting tonight. As it relates to your comment about community development, we are committed from a staffing perspective to do everything we can to support them so that their permitting processes can be as efficient as possible. I know that from the building permit counter standpoint, they have caught up with their backlog. So I commend Cecilia and Jack Holden for really working hard to address that backlog, and that unit is now fully staffed. But it is natural for attrition. And so as soon as we got fully staffed in planning, we had a resignation. And so we're fortunate we have an eligibility list that we can look at to fast track, hopefully another person into that position. But we are making it very clear that that's a priority as it relates to the permitting process.
And I think particularly as council members, we have to look at the fact that we're trying to keep our labor costs or payroll down. And as a result, people, some people will jump ship on us. And that's just what we have to live with. But at the same time, if you look at any, HR data, anything that looks at the workplace, you find that wages are, of the top 5 things, wages are rarely, compensation, I should say, are rarely number 1 or number 2. It's how you feel about your work environment, how you feel about your coworkers, how you feel about management that keeps people in place. Anyone else?
I just want to share your concern about the pools. I think we're coming into the summer months, and to have the pools shut down like they are now with such limited time is really problematic for our city. That needs to be addressed. One question I did have, Mr. City Manager, regarding the staffing issues and the consultants that we're hiring to fill the gap. Later this evening on our council agenda, we have 8 contracts for city civil engineering, design, and construction support work. I don't know what the numbers are. We'll be on those yet. Maybe you can give us a rough estimate, but I guess what I'd like to see is, and we have another item on the agenda that has two items for communications and graphics, 2 different contracts totaling around 152 years. It's about 250,000 plus contract. Is there any possibility of filling the gap of filling some of those positions to rather than paying consultants who are here today and gone next year, using some of those resources to fill the gap with permanent employees to begin to fill some of those spots?
When those items come up tonight, we can definitely discuss that. I think my initial recommendation is to use consulting services for that rather than bringing on additional full-time employees that have a PERS obligation associated to them. I know that's been a concern that the council's brought up in terms of incurring additional pension liability. I'll also say that these kind of contracts, whether it's the on-call as needed public works ones or the communication ones, we're seeking the best of the best to provide these services. And I think it's difficult for government to be able to have the best of the best on staff because it's only as needed. And so when you have a contract with an expert on communications, marketing, or graphic design, they're keeping up with the trends of today, tomorrow, and the next year. Whereas it's a little bit harder with a full-time person to keep them robust with those types of challenges, especially when we go into the engineering side of it for all the different expertise disciplines that public works needs. It is better suited, in my opinion, as a contract for as needed. And again, as needed doesn't mean that we're going to spend that money. It's only contractual authority to use when we need to use those services.
Right. Right. I understand, but we're authorizing, we will be potentially this evening authorizing some significant funds. And I'm just wondering that person that isn't needed full-time could fill in the gaps in a number of places at City Hall in other functions. So, and I guess my overall concern from a long-term financial plan with the consultants is, in my opinion, it's sort of like decision-making by proxy. And we hire so many consultants to make decisions for us. I know there's expertise times when that's absolutely necessary, hydraulics and certain civil engineering issues. But again, we do have the ability to make a lot of those decisions internally. My personal view of one of the 5 is that I'd like to see more of that being done, is having more decisions made in-house rather than by proxy.
Well, if I may, and I appreciate your inquiry, all the decisions that are made with on-call contracts, be it communications, be it public works, at the end of the day, the final decision rests with the director of that department. So no consultant should be making a decision on behalf of the city without consulting with the director of that department, regardless of the subject matter, to ensure that it aligns with San Clemente's priorities as well.
No, I understand, but I want to make a further point. When we're dealing with a consultant, like we have another item on the agenda for a transportation consultant at $60,000 later this evening. That person, while the department head may be making the final decision, that decision comes with a recommendation by the consultant. That's why we hire the consultant, to make recommendations so we can say yes or no. My point is only this. We spend an awful lot of money on consultants. For 20% of this council, would like to see less money spent on consultants, more analysis and decision-making. And I agree with you, those decisions are ultimately made by our department heads. I'd like to see more of those decisions in internally. That's my personal.
And that's a fair point, but when I have 34 vacancies of full-time employees, that provides a little bit of a challenge in that category.
I understand. That's why I mentioned taking some of these resources and plugging them into an occasional full-time employee to begin to fill that gap.
I believe Councilmember Ferguson has something to say, but before that, I'm gonna raise a point of order. Ms. Wiley, could you have someone lower the thermostat? It's a little stuffy in here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Jakes. I just wanted to point out, I don't want to get too deep into this because it is an agenda item on the regular meeting. But I worked at the city for 18 and a half years, and there was several of us that did everything was done in-house, all of the graphics, brochures, flyers, social media, and those positions, same people are still here at the city, so they are capable. It is part of the job description, and the assistant to the city manager role includes part of that too. So I do want to point that out, that those positions are here and those jobs were always done for all those years in-house and can be done. Thank you.
We can definitely have a conversation when that item comes up, Councilmember Ferguson.
And that item is on the agenda tonight, is it
Correct.
not? Okay, I would prefer, Mayor, if we talk to items on the agenda actually in the business meeting and not here.
And the last thing I want to say, unless there's any other questions before I give it to Jake, I think it's important for you to look at the LTFP cover and see the project team associated to the long-term financial plan. It's primarily three people: Jake Ron, our financial services officer, Sandy Cheswick, and Matthew Schmiesel. I think it's important, if you were to go back and look 5 years ago at LTFPs, you'd see a team of about 10 employees involved in the long-term financial plan. And I think it's important, while we know the LTFP is important to this city as a tradition to forecast, we are doing this with less resources. And I commend Jake, Sandy, and Matthew for doing a great job. But I think it's important to note that there are less hands to be able to provide that expertise, but they are still working, to your point, Mayor, at 100% to deliver the LTFP to you.
Kudos.
And so with that, Mr. Ron, would you please?
All right, so the 2022 LTFP, again, I'll wait for this slide to come up. There we go. All right, as Eric said, the project team. So we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. And the 2022 LTFP, again, the focus was on the core papers, and I would consider those the financial reporting overview, the financial trends analysis, the financial forecast, the reserve analysis, and the fiscal policy. Again, the goal of these is to provide a broad brush or a general overview, and it helps identify fiscal issues, challenges, some opportunities, what trends are going for in the past, the current reserve policies and where we are. Again, any changes to fiscal policies arising from our review, and focus on a little bit of a longer term through the forecast. And it helps reinforce the AAA rating. So with that, we'll go ahead and go to the reporting overview. And the reporting overview is just a quick summary of funds. And it is for the governmental funds, you have the general fund. That's the main operating fund of the city. Again, you have special revenue funds, which are specific resources to be spent on specific costs. Capital projects are for specific resources built up over a longer period of time to address longer term construction or projects. So, and then on the next slide, we have the proprietary funds. The goal of these is to basically charge services to recover the cost of operating related to those. You'll see the enterprise funds, the water, sewer, storm drain. Again, people pay fees and it's there to maintain the water system, the sewer system, the storm drain system, et cetera. You have the internal service funds. Those are a little bit more internal within the city. We have costs such as IT, and those costs are allocated to all the various departments. So again, the goal of those are cost recovery. And going to the next one, we have the endowment fund. Currently, the city does not have an endowment fund. Council at a meeting, I want to say a couple of months ago, asked us to bring back a little bit more information as to endowments and related activities. Again, the city does not currently have an endowment. There are various local nonprofits which contribute to city operations, and some of those are listed in the actual paper. They would include Pet Project Foundation, Friends of San Clemente. I mean, I'm not going to Pure Pride, a whole bunch of them. I'm not going to go and name each individual one, but they often assist with providing funds for either operating facilities or providing subsidies to low-income individuals through scholarships, which indirectly offer assistance in operating costs. Again, the city does have a donation program where individuals can donate to the city, and that's typically referred to as, I'll call it the wish book or the care funds. And a lot of those funds are received for, I'll call it more specific things like the memorial benches or the scholarships, recreation scholarships. So in the report, there's kind of a brief summary of all the activities that go on within the city. And from a little bit of a perspective for Orange County, we kind of looked at all the different cities out there, and we were able to locate, I'll call it 2 cities with endowment funds that are reported as endowment funds. And those were the city of Irvine, and their endowment fund is primarily related to senior services. And the city of Newport Beach actually has 2 separate endowment funds. One is related to the dredging or back bay conservation, and the other one is related to technology. So I think that one, again, I didn't go too far into it. I just looked at all the cities in Orange County, their financial reports, and got a little bit of a summary as to how many endowment funds are reported out there. Just from a brief review, it looks like the Newport Beach ones were primarily created as people's estates. So as people passed away, they left a large amount for, I'll call it the dredging and the upkeep of Back Bay. So that's a little bit of a history or a little bit of a perspective from Orange County and our current city operations as to endowment or supported activities.
So Jake, if I could just ask a quick question. So if the city sets up an endowment fund, that's a 501c3, is that correct?
It can, and that's where it kind of gets into call it a wide variety of things that could happen. You could just set up a separate fund and create your own endowment fund. Again, that would be under the city council purview. There could,
if you donate to a nonprofit, that's tax deductible. If you donate to the city, there's no tax deduction there.
actually, if it's used for a public purpose and not, I'll call it a specific purpose, it is tax deductible.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So.
You said a specific purpose, how about a specific public purpose? Is tax deductible? I didn't quite follow you there.
And it talks about it a little bit, and I think I listed in there. I should have wrote it down in my notes, but there's an IRS publication that talks about it. IRS publication 526, charitable contributions can be made to qualified organizations, which include foundations, trusts, war veterans organization, fraternal societies, nonprofit, cemetery companies, and the United States and any state or its subdivisions. The city of San Clemente would be considered a subdivision of the state of California.
Jake, did you, if I could ask a question at this time? Do you have any idea of the size of those endowments in Irvine and Newport Beach? Are they mega endowments or are they kind of nominal? Just curious.
I don't remember off the top of my head. I could look them up and get
No,
that
I'm just
information back
curious.
to
I know the
council.
Newport Beach one started. I was involved in that back in the 70s and it's been around so long. I imagine it's probably, it could be substantial, but I just was curious.
Yeah. And again, if you were to go down the 501c3 organization, if the city wanted to be involved, you would need to get set up in the structure and figure out how it would need to be set up, whether there would need to be, I'll call it 1 or 2 council members on the board, who would serve on the board, what kind of investment policy there would be. I mean, it goes into a little bit more detail as far as, I'll call it, the overall structure and setup. So again, basically our recommendation is that staff is just seeking direction as to the creation of endowment. So we can talk about that or bring back a little bit more information as to the other endowments that are out there for Newport Beach.
And this is a good point, Mayor. So each of the LTFP sections have some recommendations that the council should take action on. Would you like to hold those to the end of the LTFP, or would you like to do them as we come up?
I think we do them individually. Council, are you good with doing them individually?
Sure.
Yes.
Please. Yeah.
So again, staff is just seeking direction as to the creation of an endowment, whether council would like to go ahead and go through, I'll call it setting up a 501c3, whether they're comfortable just publishing and creating a little bit more information as to the IRS publication out there, or what the next steps would be as to this process, whether there would need to be a subcommittee or
Right.
anything along those lines.
So, you know, I brought up the idea of the endowment and and I have concerns about it. My concerns is, to your very point, we would have to create a board, that board, and then we'd have to talk about the composition of that board. Is it 2 council members, 2 members of the community? Maybe every council member has a representative on that board. That's number one. Number 2, I don't want to have an endowment fund with $1.78 in it. That would be silly. It's almost like before we create an endowment fund, it's almost like we have to have a plan on what that endowment fund looks like. And we probably actually, we just had this conversation, but we probably need to bring someone in that knows nonprofits and understands that you need the legacy gifts, you need the big gifts, you need the corporate gifts, but you also need grandma sending in $125 every year. So, you know, you need to have a giving strategy, and it would also, there'd be some marketing involved in this. So just to say we're going to create an endowment fund does not quite get us there. I really think before we have an endowment fund, and we can defer this for a year. Before we have an endowment fund, I think we need to have a strategy on how what that endowment fund is going to look like from a board composition perspective, and what it's going to look like from a strategy perspective in getting major donations, legacy gifts, and corporate sponsorships.
So I'm thinking that with everything going on, what we're coming out of, that this should be put off for at least a year. We do have some endowments in the city. The reason we started, the council went with Councilmember Doncheck to start Pier Pride was to begin an endowment, legacy gifts for the Pier. We also have that program, I believe, at Casa Romanica. So it's not like the city, there isn't any within the city that does that. And so I just feel like with the lack of staff that we have right now, that this is possibly too much to take on. It is something to think about and look into, but I don't know if I want to give too much staff time.
Do
to
you
it for
agree
this
with me
year.
that before we even consider endowment fund, that we should look at a strategy on how to create that endowment?
Yes, we get more information possibly from it, maybe after budget is finished
Sure.
and adopted for this year. The staff could look into
I think,
more info for the council.
in terms of that more info. I mean, it is notable to me that we only have 2 cities, and we only have within those cities sort of these little bit odd seeming endowments, very specific. We have other cities that are very much like us that don't have endowments. So I think for me, I would really, before even get to the strategy, I'd say, is there a reason why other cities haven't pursued this? Because there is seeing money sitting on the table, perhaps people who would want to give money to the city. Why isn't that happening? And so is it a suitable option for us to even put the resources in? So I think I might get more information on that before you want to take some steps. I'm not sure about the timing on that.
Councilmember Dole.
Well, I agree with Chris's comments. I was at Newport Beach. It was a very unique situation. The Upper Newport Bay, the Irvine Company was in the verge of developing the Upper Newport Bay with a bridge across the bay, landing on the island in the middle and extending to the other side. And I remember the gentleman's name, Frank Robinson, who initiated the battle against that, started the endowment fund to say, look, because the county said, it's a mess and who's going to maintain it? The Irvine Company can maintain it. Robinson said, no, we'll create an endowment and the citizens will protect it. So we've never had one. I don't think we have the unique necessarily situation. I think the Pier is important. Casa Romantic is very important. Those are being handled currently. I think the cost to create the administrative overhead to manage it, I think at this time, it's a noble concept, the one that we should probably look at in the future, but I have no burning issue to push forward at this time.
Councilmember first.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Noblock's comments on that. I just, it is a good concept. If we had something like a very large CIP project, something dedicated that we really wanted to raise money for to fill a gap, I think that would be an opportune time to do something like that. So people knew specifically what they would be giving for. But for now, I do believe after all the discussion tonight, we have ample vehicles for people to donate. Thanks.
And I think it's important to note, Mayor, that this recommendation came out of our park consultant when they did the park master plan update. And part of that recommendation fed into the 5 site specific park master plans. And so for instance, with Steed Park, it had this glorious skate park addition as part of the vision there. And it also had this amazing pump track for BMX. And the thought process being exactly what Councilmember Ferguson said was, if you have a CIP project, that's an opportunity for people to come forward and say, I'd love to see that pump track develop and I'd like to put money towards it. So that endowment option would actually complement capital improvement projects. With that said, we're a couple of years out from any major construction related to those types of endeavors. And so there's plenty of time for the council to consider an endowment.
If you need a motion, I'll just move that we table this at this time to be considered at a future appropriate date without a date specific.
I think I like that.
Second.
Please vote.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
And now we'll move on to the trends. Again, part of our LTFP is to look a little bit back and see what the trends are telling us. And on this chart, you can see the last 28 fiscal years. The chart summarizes the 22 trend indicators over those years. On the right side, you'll see what are generally referred to as positive trends, either favorable or favorable caution. On the left side, you will see the negative trends, which are considered warning or unfavorable. So you can see a slight improvement. Again, we have nothing in the negative. There are quite a few that are in the favorable caution area, and I'll go ahead and go through those. On revenue, we have 9 trend indicators, 4 as favorable caution. There were no changes from the previous year on that. For the expenditure, we have 1 in the favorable caution area, and there are 5 trend indicators in those. For operating position, we have 3 trend indicators, 2 in the favorable caution area, and we did change the operating surplus to favorable caution. Again, we're kind of coming out of the pandemic. Last year, we saw a little bit of a recovery towards the end of the year, so operating surplus improved. We're hoping that continues on. The debt unfunded liability, there are 3 trend indicators. We had the pension unfunded liability, and that one was changed from warning to favorable caution. And that was primarily as we continue to make payments on the pension unfunded liability, that should improve. In the community, we have two trend indicators, and there were no changes there. So we will go ahead and again, if anyone has any questions on specific trends, we can talk about a little bit more. One thing that I do want to point out before we go into this, fringe benefits. Again, even though we've been making additional payments, we've kind of been making those payments over the last 2 years. You'll see a flattening on that trend indicator just from that standpoint. So it's not getting, I'll call it, any worse or anything like that. It's just maintaining. And we're looking for, once we complete the 3-2-1 plan, we should see, I'll call it, an improvement in those areas.
So Jake, if you could go back to the previous slide, I'm going to hold my comments and questions until other council members have asked. Councilmember Noblock, Councilmember Ferguson,
No, thanks.
Councilmember Ward, Mayor Pro Tem.
No.
So I do have 2 questions on operating position and on the unfunded liability. We have changes to favorable caution. What were they previously, and what was the threshold to get us from the previous trend indicator to the current trend indicator?
Okay, so on those, for the operating surplus, again, both of them were warning and they changed to favorable caution. The operating surplus, the primary focus was, we saw a little bit of a reversal. There was less of a, operating surplus improved over previous years. However, that had, I'll call it, just reversed. So we want a little bit of a longer history. That's why we kind of put it in the favorable caution. We just didn't want to switch it over to favorable just because, I'll call it, of one positive year uptick. I'll call it favorable cautions are a little bit more, okay, let's see where things are going until we get a little bit more of a longer trend. The same occurrence happened with the unfunded liability, similar circumstances. Again, we've been making additional payments. We implemented the 3-2-1 plan. So we are seeing a slight improvement in the funding levels. I think it went from the funded percentage went up by 2%, which doesn't seem like a whole lot. But again, it's an improvement. It's not getting worse. We're paying down the liability. So it's still early in the process, which was why those would be the favorable caution.
So if I understand what you said, this is more a subjective rating on your part than objective rating with actual numeric thresholds.
It's based on the numeric information, but again, it is slightly subjective just based on that's reversal over 1
Got it.
year.
Thank
Yep.
you, Jake.
All right, so with that, we will go ahead, go on to the financial forecast. Again, the best business practice is to look at what's in front of you. And what we did is we used specific assumptions to kind of come up with a plan for both revenues and expenditures. The revenues, the assumptions are listed on 62 and kind of go into the percentage change and information as to why we use those assumptions. Page 64 kind of goes more into the expenditure side of things. So again, this is just all in preparation for the budget, kind of give council idea of what's going on. You may recall as part of the fiscal year 21-22 budget forecast, again, we showed negative in future periods. In the 2022 LTFP forecast, again, we're showing a positive operating position, and that is over all 5 years. The big thing that occurred was obviously, as Eric mentioned before, property taxes have gone up. There's been a high turnover in housing. Housing valuations have gone up, and also sales tax. Things are looking good from that perspective. So those have increased greater, and keep in mind, those are the 2 biggest revenue sources for the general fund, which obviously drove that growth. So again, revenues are forecast to increase on average about 3.8% over the forecast period. Expenditures are forecast to increase an average of 3.6 over the forecast period. So going to the next slide. Again, here's just the little grid snapshot. There's the 0.6, and you can see it's going 1 million, 1.1, 1.2, 1.2. And again, this is operating position. This does not include any one-time amounts, such as transfers or capital projects. So there's a little bit of a perspective. And again, this is a table that's in the LTFP on page 54. Now, again, the assumptions, going to the next slide, there are certain things that we did not take into consideration. The assumptions are based on existing service levels and existing expectations. There are uncertainties out there, and we just want to make sure we mention those. The class and compensation review, again, as part of the MOU, we're going to be proposing a class and comp review next fiscal year. Police contract costs, again, those are uncertainty. I believe their own MOUs are up at the end of fiscal year 2023 with a lot of their unions. So there could be impacts there. Service changes or impacts, if there's new programs or activities. Economic factors, again, this kind of goes to inflation or loss of purchasing power. But one thing that I want to mention, make sure to mention as part of those economic factors, if prices go up, keep in mind major revenue sources for the city are property tax and sales tax. So if the cost of goods go up, we'll likely see an increase in sales tax. Conversely, housing prices might also increase too. So it's kind of, we tried to list the assumptions to the best of our abilities. And there could be changes again. I would say any economist or forecaster is going to be wrong 100% of the time. Mine are probably going to be wrong 100% of the time too, but it's there to give a perspective of what things look like based on those expectations. So again, one other impact could be the loss of funding for the clean ocean. That could be something, again, council is aware of what's going on with that. So that could be, I'll call it a draw on general fund resources if we have to start paying NPD, National Pollution Discharge Elimination System costs and other costs related to items that were added as part of the original Clean Ocean for Infrastructure. So with that, we do have HDL here, and they are our property tax and sales tax. So I will go ahead and turn it over to them just to kind of give a little bit of a information related to revenues and options out there for some revenues. So with that, I'll turn it over to Robin.
Good afternoon. I'm Robin Sturdivant with HDL. I represent the city's sales tax consultant. We provide budgeting, forecast, analysis, audit services for the city of San Clemente. I am on the sales tax side of the company, so that is what I can speak to. And staff has asked me to give a presentation about what we see could be possible revenue opportunities for the city of San Clemente. And now the slide doesn't want to advance. There we go. So what we're talking about today are local tax opportunities. And when we talk about local tax, we're referring to the 1% Bradley Burns that's part of the statewide sales tax rate. This money comes directly to local agencies and is general fund money. And so the best way to illustrate that is to look at the city's most recent sales tax performance. So here we're looking at a major industry groups report, overall sales tax collected, and we're comparing fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 1920. The 1920 fiscal year was a tough year due to the pandemic, but you can see that the city has made strong recovery. So that is always good news. And so here's a breakdown of the city's sales tax rate. So there are 7 major industry groups that all businesses are divided up into. And then we analyze and look at the revenue that each one of those business groups bring in. And you can see that food and drugs and auto and transportation, they have the largest potential of growth here in the city. So we'll talk about those two. So first we'll talk about autos and transportation and what we're seeing on the horizon for this group. Remember, proceeds from the autos and transportation group make up just 3% of the city's local tax. This is one of the reports that's in our packet that we bring to the meeting when we meet with finance staff every quarter. This is an agency comparison report, and it's looking at revenues from the autos and transportation sector and comparing with nearby agencies. So San Clemente is the thick green line, which you may or may not be able to see. It's underneath the red line at the bottom of the graph. So city has no car dealerships, either new or used. So not a lot of revenue going around. And so there's a lot of room for growth here. So the future of autos and transportation is definitely electric vehicles. There's money in both the Build Back Better Act and the infrastructure plan to encourage consumers to consider making the switch to electric vehicles, especially with what gas prices are right now. It does make a lot of sense. So most of the major automakers plan on launching new electric vehicle models within the next couple of years. And there are some on this list that plan to be fully electric by 2030. So because of the pandemic, what consumers want when shopping for cars has really changed. People want to shop and even design their new car from the comfort of their own home. They don't want to walk from lot to lot. They want to be able to look at all of that online, even arrange for financing and do their paperwork, and then only really either test drive or take delivery of their vehicle in person. And so let's talk about Tesla. They're the unicorn of the auto sales. They've really mastered that shop at home model. And we're kind of the first ones to really do it. So I don't know if any of you own a Tesla, but if you are interested, you go online, you design your perfect model, you arrange for your financing, and then you either pick up your vehicle at a service center or they deliver it to your home. So it really sort of cuts down on all the in-person activity. There are approximately 100 Tesla facilities in California. There's different kinds. There's showrooms, service centers, body shops, and the local revenue from those facilities ranges anywhere from $15,000 to $400,000 annually, depending on what the city is, what kind of facility there is, and then the volume going through that particular facility. Now let's move on to food and drugs. This is an interesting category. It's the one that really seemed to fare the best throughout the pandemic when restaurants and indoor dining was limited. Food and drugs held up. One of the reasons that it held up was revenue from cannabis sales. The cannabis sector was, again, one of the largest performing business groups throughout the pandemic. And the rate of growth has just been phenomenal over the last 5 years. And here's another agency comparison report looking strictly at cannabis sales. So again, you can see San Clemente is sort of the thick green line there that's sort of just stopped suddenly. When cannabis first became legal in California, there was some shops that popped up around before cities had ordinances in place, so those were closed down. You can see as far as how close things are, Oceanside really is the closest agency that allows cannabis sales, and doing about 10,000 every quarter, which comes out to about $40,000 a year. And on top of that, Oceanside has a cannabis tax of 5%. So they collect the 1% Bradley Burns, and then they collect their 5% operating tax from cannabis businesses. So that's $40,000, $200,000 a year, significant amount of money for cannabis operations. And so let's look at the businesses, cannabis businesses in South County. You can see sort of up at the top left-hand corner there, everything's sort of concentrated around Santa Ana because none of the surrounding agencies allow cannabis sales. And again, if you were to go south on the map, it would be Vista, it would be Oceanside. And so customers who wanted cannabis that live in the city of San Clemente would either have to go to Santa Ana or travel outside of the county. And then retail cannabis falls in two separate categories. Your traditional brick and mortar store where you walk in, you pick out what you want, they put it in a bag, you pay and you leave. Or they have the delivery only model, which would mean that you would call up or order online, and then that would be delivered for you. If the city were to choose to allow cannabis, they could choose what type of business that they wanted. They could choose delivery only. So that would mean no foot traffic, no storefront, no additional car traffic, only deliveries. Potential revenue for cannabis. So the 1% revenue that you would get through cannabis, again, comes from the CDTFA. And they range throughout the state for a cannabis dispensary from $12,000 to $80,000 a year annually. There are some pretty big outfits. There's a big one in Maywood that does phenomenal money, one in LA that does really big money, and the rest sort of fall in the middle. HDL can provide tracking of revenue for cannabis by setting up special geo reports. And also we do have a separate arm of the company that provides consulting services to that will assist the city in looking at ordinances and the best way to set that up. And so there are opportunities out there. And so it's just up to the city to consider all of those and decide what the best way to move forward is. So if you've got questions about zoning or anything about these two types of businesses, you can certainly go to Jonathan Lightfoot or Cecilia Daly on city staff, and they can walk you through that process. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, I've got, I guess, two questions, one related to each of the topics.
Mhm.
Where is the closest, if you know, Tesla showroom, I guess, to San Clemente right now?
I think it is up in the Santa Ana area, in there somewhere. So not particularly close.
Mission Viejo.
Okay.
Oh, okay, Mission Viejo.
Do you know if there's any other cities in South County that are looking at opportunities with cannabis sales?
None that I know of. Our cannabis team is pretty active throughout the state. I know in the past they've done a revenue presentation for city staff, but none that I know of at this point in time. You know, anybody could be considering it behind closed doors, but none actively considering it that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I have a question. So as I understand Tesla's business model, they have a showroom and then they have a pickup site where, where you pick up that vehicle. Where's the point of sale?
You know, with Tesla, it's interesting. It all depends. They're sort of the, as I mentioned in one of the slides, sort of the unicorn. Service centers are generally the place where you take delivery of your Tesla, unless, of course, you choose to have them deliver it to you at your home, at your work. So place of sale is where the vehicle comes from when you're taking delivery. So for all intents and purposes, it is a service center. You know, when Tesla first came on the scene in California, the way they had their model set up was you could go into the showroom, you could look at the car, you could sit down at a computer and sort of configure the model that you wanted, but no, quote, sales took place there. They've since changed that, and now some of the showrooms get sales tax and some of them don't. So it's kind of a mystery to figure out how exactly they're allocating their local tax. We've been looking into it for quite some time. The state of California sort of has this philosophy of, if they're paying it, we don't want to rock the boat. So again, it's kind of a hit or miss. All of the Tesla locations get some sort of money. They also have body shops, so you can repair your Tesla. They get a little bit, not a ton. But every Tesla location throughout the state does get some revenue. And if that was something that the city chose to pursue, that could certainly be part of the conversation when you talk to the folks at Tesla, what the site would be and what they anticipate the local tax revenue would be.
Okay, very good. And so we do have a couple of used car lots in town,
A few.
you know, at least two. So there should be some blip of sales.
There is. They're not, you know, they're not balls of fire, your little car dealerships.
Right.
You know, and especially right now, the used car sales, it is a tough thing. There's not a lot out there to choose from. And what there is available, if it's not, like a jalopy, it's pretty overpriced. The price of a used car has gone up 26% when compared to last year.
I get that. And then private party transactions, there should be sales tax generated. There's no sales tax generated.
There is sales tax, but if I sell my car to you, since the TFA doesn't have a dealership to tie that money back to, it goes in the countywide pool. So then you get your proportional share of that pool piece every quarter.
Wow.
So it's not direct money.
Wow.
I was like, maybe a legislative issue to address that.
Oh, they've tried. That's been tried before. The problem there is that it does require a legislative change because there is a confidentiality element with DMV data. So when a used car sale is made, the DMV transmits that information to the CDTFA, to the state, and all they give them is the address of the seller and the amount of the sale. So you can't even, with the data available now, you can't tie it back to one particular agency. And that all stems from, I don't know if you all remember years ago, there was a young actress on Mork and Mindy that was murdered, and the murderer got her information through DMV records. So after that, they became sealed. So that would be a tough nut to crack, to get them to open up that data to change the way the private party auto sales are allocated. And again, it's been tried before and shot down.
Okay. Anyone?
Yeah, question, Robin, regarding the cannabis issue. What was the origin of the decision to recommend to this council that we consider, of the three ways to increase revenue, this particular topic? I'm curious because we've in the past specifically put into our zoning rules that cannabis outlets would specifically not be allowed in our city. I guess I'm wondering, what's the genesis of this issue coming before us now?
Well, I was asked by staff to come here and make the presentation, and we wanted to focus on the areas that we saw the largest potential for growth. And again, so we looked at your tax base. We looked at that pie chart to see where the different opportunities were in autos and transportation, and food and drugs were obviously the lowest ones. So when we look at the opportunities just in food and drugs in general, and again, food and drugs is grocery stores, drug stores, convenience stores, to see what areas the city was sort of lacking in. And that is one of the fastest growing segments within the food and drug sector, and the largest opportunity for growth.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So these are just generic
Please,
opportunities provided by HDL.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Thanks, Mayor James. Robin, you said you meet with staff every quarter
Mhm.
and you
Need to say
provide
what.
reports. Is that something that the councils can see? I know you work for many cities.
Yeah.
There's-
No, the local sales tax reports are confidential. And the reason for that being is that because they give dollar value information about individual businesses. And the thought behind that is that gives you that proprietary information. And perhaps if you or someone you know runs a competing type of business, that might give you an edge. So most of the time, all of the reports that we present are confidential.
Okay, so staff signs a confidentiality agreement with you to view them.
Staff provides a resolution to the state of California that says, we're allowing access to view this confidential data to these particular positions within city staff and with HDL. So then we get the data, the city gets the data, we're able to analyze the data, crunch the numbers, put together forecasts and things like that.
Interesting. And are you on an annual contract with the city?
Eric might better answer that. I don't know if it's 2 years.
And how much is that contract, Eric, for every 2 years?
This is totally off the top of my head. For sales tax, I believe the base contract is for around 3,000 to 7,000 for sales tax. For property tax, I want to say it's like around 19 to 20,000. And again, a little bit of perspective is putting these in perspective to the dollar amounts of the revenues. So it is very beneficial. I don't remember the terms of the contract, how long. I believe it was a multi-year agreement, but I don't really recall that off the top.
I think it's 2 years. I'd be wrong, but I believe that it's 2 years.
Okay, and that includes the quarterly meetings and reports.
Right. And keep in mind that sales tax and property tax service are actually two different, all within underneath the HDL umbrella.
Okay, just curious. Thank you very much, Robin.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Ward wanted to say.
Oh, I think-
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
sorry. I thought you were looking at me when you said,
Oh,
go
no,
ahead
no,
and
okay.
speak. So auto uses have been, we do have a couple on El Camino Real. Those have been zoned out of El Camino Real. They're grandfathered in. Auto uses have been moved to Rancho San Clemente Business Park.
Right.
And so I don't know what opportunities there would be. I think people would have to come up to us and say, I want to, or Tesla, we want to do this. It would have to be in that business park. We're not going to have glass buildings of auto sales on El Camino, or certainly Del Mar. And then the cannabis, I think that's just something that's generic. We've all heard it this past year that there's opportunities there, and something that the council, I think, would have to bring up that we want to do that. But so far we haven't done that. And I don't think tonight, I don't think staff's asking
No,
for
we're
that.
not-
That's just a
what
pure
would-
presentation
What,
only.
what are you requesting from us in terms of these topics?
So the goal was, and Robin elegantly said it, we wanted to present to the council kind of an overview of your revenue and show you any opportunities for revenue growth. Because I think for the city of San Clemente, we always want to make sure that we're diversifying our portfolio. As Jay kind of indicated, right now, we're basically leaning on property tax and sales taxes, the two biggest forms of revenue to the general fund. So any elements that we can do to increase revenue, to increase the general fund contribution, provides the city with more flexibility to offer services to the public.
And then, as I understand property tax, in order to see increases in property tax, you have to have transactions, right? Because once you buy a house, that's your property tax. So in order to see an increase, we'd have to see houses turning over. Is that correct?
Or new development.
Kind of, but with the appreciation of the value of the taxes do go up, and therefore our share does go up. whether there's a
2%, I
transaction or
believe, a
not.
year.
Yeah.
As
It
long
goes
as the
up.
value is going up.
Yeah.
There was a time back in the last recession where it went down. The assessor actually
Exactly.
did a reduction in values for a
Right.
while, but then he, instead of coming back up 2% under Jarvis, what was it, Jarvis Scan, he boosted it all up instead of ratcheting up only at the 2%.
And so, yeah, the two, I was not artful in how I said that. Right now you see property value increases at 5, 6, 7, 8% a year. If those houses aren't turning over, they're only increasing 2% a year. Is that correct?
Yeah, generally, in what Councilmember Knobloch was talking about, I believe it's called the Prop 8 recapture. So essentially, it got adjusted down, and then that allows the increase to be more than, I'll call it, the cap of 2%. Again, the annual increase is tied a little bit to, I'll call it, a CPI or a factor put out by the state. And for increases in valuation, if there is a sales transaction, it would get reset to the market value
Exactly.
of the sale.
You said it much better than I could. Thank you.
So going back.
I would like to note one thing. It's a few minutes after 5. We start our city council meeting at 6, and we probably want to take at least a 15-minute break. So I'm thinking we have about 45 minutes left, Jake.
Okay.
Okay. I have a couple observations on this topic if we're,
That's absolutely fine.
well, I live in Talega, and it seems like every other person has a Tesla. I really think the market's going that way. There's also the environmental benefits. I have heard that we are a location that Tesla would be interested in looking at. I believe the business park is probably the right place to make that happen. I would like to see a report back from the city staff about what the city council could do to explore those opportunities, perhaps make them more likely, at least letting Tesla or other electric vehicle companies know that we might be interested in having a service center, because it sounds like that's where the point of sale is. So you get the revenue. I'd like to kind of get more information on that. And maybe there's other council members who would like that as well. Is that what we need in terms of getting support?
Yeah, so if you wanted, if you got 3 votes, just like we normally do at a council meeting, that would generate a staff report, or 2 votes just to come back with a verbal and no staff report. Absolutely.
I don't know the staff report is necessary, but it wouldn't hurt. But we have an economic development director. I think Jonathan, I don't know if he is on the wall. There he is. Jonathan ought to be like white on rice on that with the Tesla people saying, yeah, what can we do to bring you to this town? So, I would encourage, yeah, I agree with you, Chris. I think we do whatever we can to encourage them to be here. The revenues are huge and obviously it's the wave of the future.
Yeah.
Can we have that clarified? What is Mr. Lightfoot's title? Is it director?
It's Economic Development Officer.
We need to clarify that. It's not actually an economic development director.
What did I
Because
say?
it's not economic, it's an officer.
I think that's what Steve meant.
Did I say director instead of
Yeah.
officer?
So you're thinking the
We got 45
prior,
minutes.
what we had. No, I agree. We're going too far flung. So I will agree with what you said. I think that we can look into what they need. A service center is going to need a bunch of property. We may not have that. And
Oh, yeah,
didn't
it'd have to
look
be the
into
right
that
fit.
use. But I'd like to know how the cities actually get the revenue from the sales of electric vehicles. And it sounds like we're not even sure. So I'd like to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm counting to 3. And so with that, we can have Jonathan come back at a council meeting to give you an overview on e-vehicle sales, Tesla, as it relates to economic development initiatives
And possible sites.
and possible
Possible
sites.
sites and clarification that we get the sales revenue if we have to say a service center at that
Correct.
site. I think we're good
Madam Clerk, did you catch that with the 3? Thank you.
on that one. I think also, I think we should explore cannabis as a possibility. There's an element here that if you don't exercise the local control, the state's going to come in and make that decision for you. I think that's coming down the pike. If we get ahead of it and we have our own program, we get to control that. I also understand that we are a location that has gotten a absolute significant amount of interest in this area. So I think I would propose 2 things. One, I think a major concern from the public is what are the effects on the community, quality of life, public safety of these establishments. So I would like some data. I think we should get some data on that. That may be something that's of concern to the general public. But I'd also suggest we do a request for information or interest, a request for interest by put out a request for interest to see if actually that's true, that there is a significant interest to come to our area. It may not even be something worthwhile considering if there isn't that interest, but if there is, it's an incredible opportunity to increase revenue, and we are uniquely situated to do that. I believe, because I've seen the vehicles driving around, there are already sales happening in our city all over the place, and we're not getting a dime from that. So we might as well get some of that. Should it be a public safety facing retail operation? I'm not sure of that, but that's something for discussion. I do think we should understand what the interest is from the business community in establishing some, a cannabis operation in San Clemente, and secondarily to that, understanding also what the effects, if any, on the community are from having these types of establishments. I think it would be prudent for us to explore those. So there'd be some support for.
I, for
looking
one,
at
am absolutely opposed to that. I think cannabis use generally diminishes any community. I think crime statistics will find that the use of cannabis increases crime in a community. We specifically have in our zoning ordinance a prohibition against cannabis use. It is indeed a gateway drug, and I think our society doesn't need it. And I think of the 27,000 households in this town that have kids, I think probably the vast majority of those would say, please don't bring a cannabis facility near a high school or our junior high schools or any of our parks. So please keep it out of our town. I think when you look at the map and you see areas like Santa Ana and parts north that have cannabis facilities, you look at their crime rates, it's astonishing, the direct correlation. So Chris, I appreciate the desire to look at revenue sources, but that's one that I have no interest in pursuing and would eagerly oppose.
I can appreciate that, but that's part of why I put into the proposal that we do get data actually on that correlation to make sure that we have a record to make that decision, that it's not just, an impression that people may have, that we actually have hard evidence one way or the other, but I appreciate that.
Councilmember Ward.
So I'm not against looking at that. I think it's prudent to actually look at it because we do see the vans. We know they are here. And apparently we can't get any sales tax from that unless they actually have a delivery service here.
Right.
So I'd like to hear about the difference of issues with an actual store front versus delivery, because I think it's a lot different. We have the deliveries already going on.
Right.
So I'm interested in that, but I think it would be good to actually have the data on that, because we can't make a decision, as you said, unless we have that. But granted, some of the things that we said before about storefronts and things like that, we really need more information.
We have a need for potential money raising through massage parlors. Maybe we should increase the number of massage parlors in town to increase our revenue, because we get a
Well, that's
building,
not
we
fair.
get building fee, and we get, we could sell product. I mean, that's an opportunity. Should we look at that one as well?
Actually, I don't think there's tax on services.
Well, also it's illegal and cannabis is not.
Right.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Oh, thanks, Mayor James. No, I'm adamantly opposed to cannabis storefronts in town. Thank you.
Were you talking storefronts or were you talking delivery?
Well, I'm way before that. I'm just actually asking for whether there is interest to do either, both, none of the above, along with what is the data, and we can interface with our sheriff's department on any correlation between the operation of these stores and an increase in crime or drug use. So, but it may be that if we decide to go this way, the fit is non-storefront, just delivery, where we get the revenue, but we don't have the storefront. But I think we're way before that. Let's just look and see what is the interest in the business community and potentially putting something in San Clemente. Then we get to decide what that looks like.
But if I may, point of clarification, the companies can already deliver here to people that need cannabis. So delivery already happens. We
But
just
we're
don't
not
have the
getting the
storefronts.
revenue.
Right,
Right,
exactly.
But if we had a delivery operation, then the deliveries out of that operation, we would be able to collect the revenue from those.
And it's important to note, and I think Councilmember Novak touched on it briefly, our municipal code does not allow for delivery services. That was something that was added previously by a previous council by a certain window. If local agencies wanted to further restrict it, they had to do so by a certain date to do that. So currently our ordinance doesn't allow for deliveries. However, with that said, deliveries are occurring.
So another point that you made, let me just add that if there is something coming down the pike, if we do get a report on this, I want to know what the state's doing. So if they're going to automatically make this happen, and we have the ability to control, that's what we did with the council before. We got ahead of it and we banned everything.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know that in that stuff if we
Okay.
do.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I would also like to understand, according to Robin, I believe, if a Tesla is delivered at someone's home, that tax is charged in that city.
Where the vehicle is delivered from. So if there is a service center in town and the vehicle is delivered to your home from that service center, this city would get the local tax portion of that.
Or if it was delivered from a service center in San Clemente into Dana Point, San Clemente would still get the tax on that. Okay, so
Yes.
I have cleared down. This is, I understand the money is tempting, but I don't think this adheres to our community standards. I'm concerned from a public safety perspective. It's pretty much an all cash business. I'm concerned about robberies. And in fact, someone's disappeared. So I can't go down that road today.
I'm just looking for more information. Mayor James, it's not about making a decision to pursue it. It's really having the information before us. There may well be a correlation to public safety or drug use, but we don't have any of that information. So to not even find out if there is, I think
I think
It's a little bit of a
there's no question
disservice.
in my mind, or I don't think any reasonable thinking person would disagree. There's a correlation between it. And, Chris, go down the path of incrementalism, let's just look at the issue. Let's just analyze it. If we were to put this issue on the ballot in San Clemente and say, do you want marijuana distribution in our town? What do you think the percentage vote would be? I don't think we're representing that vast community. And I don't even think we need to take step one to go down that road.
Actually,
That's my thought.
it's an interesting point because there was a poll and it was around 50%, if I recall, that were willing to explore some level of cannabis operation. It was significant. And so again, we're making a lot of judgment calls and personal impressions. What I'd like to see is a report where it lays it out. And if there's any correlation to public safety and folks justifiably don't want to go down that road, I completely get that. But right now, without even looking at this, the greatest opportunity for revenue for the city, and we hear about all of the difficulties we're going to have. Here's another point. Our public safety contract is going up exponentially. We're not going to be able to keep up with that in the future. This would be a revenue source to go towards public safety, actually, and help ensure we have enough deputies and fully fund them and fully train them. So we're going to need additional sources to take care of those kind of things. Regardless, this would be a way to do that. To not even look into this potential revenue source, I think would not be an appropriate thing to do at this time. So all I'm looking at is get a report about it. If at that time it's not something we want to do, I think that makes all the sense in the world.
I can't go down that road. I'm sorry.
All right.
But
So-
you got two.
That's
Yeah.
not enough.
So what do we get for
Well,
two?
for two, you would get just it'd be agendized at a future council meeting and staff would be ready to answer any questions that the two or the majority had.
No, I would make,
It's a waste
I would
of
make a
time.
formal motion if that's appropriate, that we not do that.
We
that
don't need a
table- That we
motion.
table the concept of marijuana distribution.
There's nothing
in
on the
city.
table to even do it.
I'm
but
making a motion that we table this item and that we don't instruct staff to come back with a report.
it's not on the table, so that doesn't need a motion. It's just, this is
To
just
get
something
to
we're discussing.
agendize, so we'll agendize the item. I
Another
guess,
discussion.
Yes,
for another discussion. Okay.
Two people
So that can come
agendize anything
anytime.
without a staff report.
Mhm.
Okay,
that's correct.
Yeah, that's all
So
I'm trying.
quickly, I'd like to remind the council that the majority of this council walked away from $50 million in revenue and for future. And so we do have to start looking at other ways because that, as the city manager said, we have to come up with revenue sources as we go along.
$50 million
The corner of La Pata and Vista Hermosa, that was $50 million in revenue.
over
It-
30.
It was, but it's $50 million that we could have added to, that we knew we were getting. So, that's why it's being brought up. I'm not saying, I fully respect what everyone's saying, and it's not that I don't disagree with what you're saying. I just think we should be exploring ways and we were putting all of our eggs on that lot and,
Every
That's
decision
fine.
stands on its own. That's a totally different issue. It
it's
didn't
not, when we're
happen-
talking about long-term financial plan. It's
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
That's why I'm bringing it up.
So I will do the staff report for the next one and I'll bring in the data about whether there is a correlation to public safety or not. We'll get to make that decision then.
I want to quickly thank Robin for her time tonight. So thank you, Robin, as always. We'll go back to Jake and he'll conclude the financial forecast and continue with the LTFP.
Are we good with, we do this in a half hour?
As long as I can talk quick. So, all right, so we'll go on to the revenue assumptions and Kate's bringing back up the PowerPoint. Again, the revenue assumptions, the table just kind of goes through a little bit year by year, what the expectation was, again, based on our assumptions. You can see it kind of starts out a little bit higher and then reverts a little bit back to, I'll call it the norm over time. So the next slide identifies, again, property tax. We kind of touched on this. You have property tax being 55% of the general fund, sales tax being about 17% of the general fund, and other revenues being about 28%. We'll go to the expenditure assumptions. Again, kind of like the revenue, just kind of year by year summary. Again, we started out a little bit higher and then reverted back to the normal. Again, this was, I'll call it before we started getting public safety estimates and that. I believe the public safety estimates are down a little bit lower than that. So that should be beneficial to the city. On the next slide,
Before you go to that slide, I need to ask you this question. So on both police contract and fire contract services, you're showing decreases in the amount of increase during a non-inflationary time. You know, we were with OCSD, we were seeing nearly 5% increase year over year. Now, when we go into a 10-12% inflationary period, can we really expect, is this number realistic with both police contract services and fire services?
Again, we were kind of going off historical averages and taking into context that hopefully inflation doesn't last forever. Again, last calendar year, I believe the overall inflation over the entire year was 3.8%. It started out a little bit higher than that this year, but hopefully we can go back to, I'll call it more of a average or a norm or a long-term expectation that economists expect.
Thank you.
All right, so the next slide, again, salary and benefits, we kind of touched on this. The MOU is in place for multiple years for city staff. Again, future retirement costs are stable and based on pay down, hopefully, and 2021 investment returns, they should be going down over time. Public safety, again, it was forecasted at 5%. Current estimates in the 3 to 4% range. OCFA, again, we're continue to pick up the cost of the fourth firefighter, and contract costs. Again, we started at a higher level due to, I'll call it a little bit inflation right now and higher energy costs. So that's that perspective. The next slide is projected unassigned fund balance. Again, this excludes capital projects and one-time transfers. So you can see it growing over time. But the next slide, and this was to address Councilmember Knobloch's request last year to give a little bit more of a, I'll call it a realistic picture. The orange line is the forecast, including CIP and one-time transfers. So you can see there's a dramatic effect. What we did add this year is the blue line, and that's basically the forecast with, I'll call it 1% factors. You might remember that we typically have revenue overages or expenditure savings that occur during the year. So we basically implemented like a 1% factor and give a little bit of a perspective on what forecast fund balance would be with that 1%. All right, so general fund unassigned reserves, again, building over time. Next year, we're anticipating to be about 14.8 million. And the recommendation, again, these are to deal with two things on the next slide, is to direct staff to increase the annual CIP maintenance project amount from 250. You might remember like about 5 years ago, we implemented 250 for, I'll call it a capital project to do routine maintenance. We were asking, since we are anticipating a positive operating position, to increase that to 300,000, and then also to transfer over American Rescue Plan grants or funds to fund 800,000 related to the police contract costs, fire contract related to the additional fourth firefighter, and a portion for the community outreach worker, which is currently limited term and will remain limited term for next year's budget. All right, so with that, we will go ahead and go to the reserve analysis.
Are we going to
One second, let's go ahead and do the vote on the recommendations for the
yeah.
forecast.
Do we need to read that?
I don't think it's necessary.
I move that we accept the staff recommendation for as listed for the financial forecast.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Ferguson,
I'm a yes. I'm just concerned about, as Mayor James said, the inflationary situation we're in. But we can adjust that. I'm sure we will mid-year. We're at 7.4% now inflation. I understand. So, but I'm a yes. I'll accept this. Thank you very much for your work.
Councilmember Knobloch,
I'm going to vote yes with the same comment. I think the inflationary factor is huge. I think those numbers definitely will go up. But again, it's just a projection. It's not a guarantee, and it's not locked in cement. So I'm a yes on accepting the recommendations.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
All right, so the reserve analysis, again, it focuses on operational reserves, capital infrastructure reserves, and emergency reserves. And they're there to strengthen city reserves and provide the strong financial foundation for the future. We'll go to the next slide. In the emergency reserves, there's 6 emergency reserves, 1 in the general fund, and the rest are in the enterprise funds. Capital infrastructure reserves, those are kind of in the general fund and also in the emergent or the enterprise funds. And then you have operational reserves, and those are primarily general fund related. And information on those are on page 69. One thing I do want to point out is essentially we are placing money into all these reserves with the exception of the state revolving loan reserve. That's a flat amount. So the other reserves are either having money transferred in to address longer term concerns. They might still not be fully funded, but again, we review them annually and are trying to achieve full compliance over time. So for the emergency reserves on the next slide, again, no changes are recommended. This is based on percentages. So the general fund, we're keeping it 20%, and the enterprise emergency percentage is 12%. On the next one, the capital infrastructure reserves, these are transfers above and beyond what's currently being placed into them. We're requesting a transfer in the amount of $400,000 from the general fund to the facilities maintenance reserve, and also a transfer of a one-time amount of about 1.5 million to the water operating, or from the water operating to depreciation reserves. Again, those ones have been underfunded over time, and we're trying to get back to, I'll call it a more full funding level. On the next slide, we have operational reserves. The accrued leave reserve, we're requesting a one-time transfer in the amount of 100,000 in the next year's budget to the accrued leave reserve. So those are the recommendations coming out of that paper.
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
All right, the next one is fiscal policy, and the fiscal policy areas which are listed on this slide. Again, there's a variety of different areas. You may recall we added pension previously. This year, we have no changes recommended as part of our review. The pension will kind of go into a little bit later as part of the pension update. But again, no changes or recommendations are recommended as part of that. So. That is pretty much it for all the sections except for the pension update. So if there's any other questions that come about, we can handle those. We'll go to the pension update just to keep things moving. And the pension update has kind of been, I'll call it, it's kind of turned into a little bit of an annual summary. We're going to kind of go through the pensions, and most of you have seen some variation of this before. If you go to the pensions on the next slide, you'll see the pension plans. And again, we basically have 2 administrators, or two for the 4 different pension plans. CalPERS, which handles the safety lifeguard and safety, the inactive, and the miscellaneous. And then the CSERP, the City of San Clemente Employee Retirement Plan, which handles all the old city employees who were inactive at the time of transition over to CalPERS. This slide kind of goes through past pension actions that have been incorporated throughout the process. Again, we formalized the fiscal policy. These all occurred in previous year or during the last year. Formalized the fiscal policy and add summary information to both the LTFP and the budget. There have been additional contributions to CalPERS, and we've modified amortization bases to move along the repayment or the unfunded, pay down the unfunded liability quicker. Currently, we're going to submit a formal application to transfer active costs of participants to CalPERS. That still needs to be submitted for review. And then previously, council also approved the 3-2-1 pension strategy to take actions to achieve CalPERS funded status of 90%. So the next slide goes through all the different pension plans, and you can see the funded percentage on the right-hand side. You have the 85, the 65, the 75 and the 62%, and those go down to about 70% in total. One thing I do want to point out, the goal is 90%. And since these are based off the June 30th, 2020 valuation, it doesn't include payments that have additional payments that have occurred in fiscal year 2021 or even this fiscal year. So it's kind of, I'll call it a little bit of old data for the CalPERS plans. In addition, it does include the positive investment returns of CalPERS, which occurred during fiscal year 2021, which were 21%, which was above the anticipated rate of return of 7%. The CSER plan, that's valuation as of 7/1. So that includes, I'll call it the positive investment return. And again, we're still being aggressive. And I want to say the UAL payment that we're making every year over on the right-hand side is about 1.7 million. So again, we're trying to pay those over time because there are no participants in that plan except for the CASA employees. And we're working to pay that liability down at I'll call it an even faster rate than the CalPERS ones on a month or annual basis.
And to be clear, the city is administrating that for CASA. It's CASA's obligation.
Some of it, again, some of it is past city employees
Right.
that were inactive at the time. So it's kind of right now, CASA's board made the $550,000 annual payment or $550,000 one-time additional contribution. And I believe that portion of the plan is currently funded at approximately 80%. The city side is a little bit more like in the 60 to 65% range.
And I wanted to get in and talk about the section 115 plan in just a moment, but I want to ask you just a quick question about 321. At the current rate of reimbursing this unfunded liability, how many years out do you think are you projecting us to be?
I'll try to break this and make this as simple as possible. We should in fiscal year, I think it's fiscal year, because again, there's the lag in data and the data lag is about 2 years. So I would say by the end of fiscal year 2024, we should be 90% funded in the CalPERS plans. The CSER plan, again, we're going through some other changes and we'll be working on that one after we take these additional steps. And there are some recommendations or some additional information on the upcoming slides.
To follow up on that comment,
Yes,
your
please.
repeated comments about inflation, which is serious and is coming and is here, we'll be paying these numbers down with inflated dollars, so it'll be easier to pay it down in the future as well. That'll help and maybe even
Exactly.
accelerate it.
That's exactly.
All right, so moving on to the next slide. Again, funding strategy, the CalPERS plan is to focus on the 321 pension funding strategy. The CSER plan, again, lower future pension liabilities, review the asset investment mix and address future administration. We can do some of that by updating the investment policy and continuing through the CASA application process. And the third step is the section 115 trust. And I kind of have some more slides related to each of these steps. So the next slide goes a little bit through where we're currently at on the CalPERS 321 funding strategy. The 3 million, you may recall we brought back a 1 million payment as part of mid-year adjustments. So we still have, I'll call it 2 million left on the 3 million. For the 2 million payment for the miscellaneous plan payment, we've completed that in fiscal year 2022. And then we also have the 1 million, which we want to set aside in a section 115 trust. Again, I would say the one-time pay downs are the priority and the section 115 is, I'll call it the next step. And after completion of the other pay downs, we'll bring back some recommendations through the city treasurer and the investment advisory committee related to creating a 115 trust and investment mixes and ways to address setting those.
Jake, I think it'd be instructive for council and everyone here to explain the 115 trust, excuse me, the 115 plan allows us to invest in such a manner that CalPERS, by its own current protocols, would not allow. Is that correct?
Yes. So the 1 million, it would be, I'll call it, you can pick different providers and to set up the trust, and those could be directed based on council and recommendations, how to invest those.
You know, for example, we could, to quote a federal agency, we could do alcohol, tobacco, and firearms in investments. Is that correct?
Those would be allowable alternatives. Most of the times, cities do pick mutual funds,
Right.
and that would be part of the consideration.
I'm just looking at what gives us the
There's-
greatest rate of return.
More
There's no-
flexibility to
More
find the greatest rate. of
I made a joke with the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, but you know what I'm saying, as opposed to green energy, which is a downer. So. Sorry.
Investment wise.
Investment.
Not gonna return.
All right, so going on to the next slide, again, we're just, our recommendations are to authorize staff to contract with Chandler Asset Management to update the existing City of San Clemente pension investment policy for city council approval. Again, the old policy is 202-2, and I believe that was last updated in 2013, so it's more than due for a review. I know Chandler annually reviews the investment policy related to the city's investment. This would be related to the CSER pension investments. So we would like to work with Chandler in order to get that accomplished. And then direct staff to continue to pursue the creation of the Section 115 plan and to request funding for the trust when land proceeds become available or when one-time resources are available. Again, the priority is the 2 million that we would want to do on the additional pay down. And then the next step would be creating those Section 115 trust and funding that to a certain extent to help offset future costs or I'll call it lower contributions in the future.
So here's my question. We will sell both those pieces of property sooner rather than later. What would be the downside for city's management and you, Jay, if we direct that 100% of those proceeds goes to pay down our unfunded liability? Or placed into the Section 115 plan?
Yeah, council could always direct that as part of the process, and we'd probably want to consider that at the time, how much, I mean, I would recommend personally probably doing more than the 1 million if those funds became available. Again, the 1 million is more of a, I'll call it a placeholder just to get the ball rolling and give council that opportunity to make those considerations at a future time.
Thank you.
So I'll make the motion to follow staff recommendation.
Oh, I
For
have a
the
Can I
question.
make public comment?
I
on
still
this?
have a question for
Can I
staff.
make public comment on this?
Is there public comment on this?
This is an open forum.
The public can speak on any item that's on the agenda. He just turned in a card.
Thank you. I want to address the pension that we just talked about. What I'm hearing is very little suggestions and very little practical realities. I'm going to suggest some that I think you should adopt. I think you need to fund the pension. It's worse than anybody's telling you. The amount of money is just astronomical. Selling property and taking our money is a really bad idea, frankly. So I'm going to make the following suggestion. The city takes 2/3 of the excess revenue from the unified parking lots. So the excess revenue over the historic level, say the last 2 or 3 years, whatever you decide, and use that as an absolute pay down of the pension benefits. They take 1% of the annual revenue, which is well within the surplus, and pay down with that. And then they take 1/2 of the revenue from the 20 non-filled positions of the 30 and use that money until we pay this down, not to 90%. That's still a liability. Pay it down to 100%. And this argument that we may overfund, good. Then in the future, you won't have to make funding. But Steve makes a great point. We're going to pay with inflated dollars, but pension benefits are going to go up because they go up with inflation. They're not fixed. So this is, you know, you're chasing a cat's tail. As far as the 115 issue, I think it's really a bad idea. CalPERS is not the greatest investment advisors in the world, but they're solid, steady, and they were 21% last year. You're going to start making risky investments that may get you more return, but they may get you negative return. I don't think you guys are smart enough, and I don't think your investment advisors are smart enough to think that you're going to outperform CalPERS. And trying to do this because you're going to make a few dollars, how much are you going to invest? You're going to start hiring consultants. CalPERS doesn't charge for that. It's included in the fees you're already paying. This is just a bad idea. Who's coming up with these ideas to raise $1 million or $2 million? Start hiring consultants, have investment advisors. Stay to what you're good at, which is running a city, and stop trying to meddle and trying to make investments. But do adopt a permanent funding plan for these pensions. There was no recommendation where this money's coming from. I'm telling you where it can come from without harming the budget, without affecting the budget. And that's what you guys are paid to do, to come up with ideas to fund this horrible $50 million liability, which, by the way, grows every year with inflation. So thank you very much.
So
Councilmember Ferguson.
thanks, Mayor James. Yeah, I just want to make some comments. Was the only member that opposed the Section 115 trust. I know many people in municipal finance at other agencies, retired now, but just found it just to be too risky and not as immediate as we could do in terms of paying down the pension debt. But I truly support direct pay down and dedicating sources of revenue that we can utilize to do the pay down, and that's in here, but one-time resources. And I've stated this last year at the budget, and when Mayor James championed paying down our pension debt, and we had the white paper that staff prepared, etc., to get the ball rolling. But at that time, I still stick to this, and it's along the lines of what Mr. Malamed said, but dedicating sources that every year those revenues are paid above beyond what our contribution is, so that we pay that down in a good amount of time, fair amount of time. 50 million, it could take 20 years, but that's good rather than watch it grow. But we have to be committal in identifying those sources, or we're never going to get it done. And that way staff has directive from council that, yes, example, property taxes come in, since I've been on council, $1 million to $2 million more every year than the budget. Okay, well, we make a policy to identify all excess property tax from what was budgeted go towards the pension debt. And that's policy, and it's done. And it's not every year going one-time revenues, or when we find the money, or even selling hard assets, to cover our behinds by letting this grow to 50 million all these years, So I think it's time that we do that. Some of the examples Mr. Malamed said, I think I caught a couple of them. 2/3 of the excess revenue from us now having the uniform parking hours at the beachside parking lots. 1% of our annual revenue of the budget each year we dedicate. And then I want to add the property tax, as I said, every year, the excess. If it's $1 million, it's $1 million. If it's 2 million, it's 2 million. But we put that towards budget, towards the pension debt. And then I want to also look at salary savings to reevaluate staff in our built out city, what we might be able to do there in terms of not filling positions that we may not need to fill, or even contracting more positions that we can do so more efficiently and cheaper. So I'd like to put that into an motion to bring back at the budget, I guess the budget workshop when we review. I'd like to have it in there.
Can you, I think I agreed with everything you said, but
thanks.
can you bullet point that for me?
Sure. So
Excess revenue goes to debt.
excess revenue from property taxes.
Right.
And then Mr. Malamud's idea, he presented 2/3 excess of the revenue from the parking meters. We extended the hours. We have more money now. 1% of the annual budget goes towards the pay down of the UAL. And then salary savings, we reevaluate, organization and the needs and what we could contract out to be efficient and save money. I'd like to make a motion to include that as a policy, as a creation of a policy by council at whatever meeting is appropriate before the budget's adopted. That's my motion.
Mayor, can I?
Certainly,
Okay.
please.
Under discussion. Oh,
Just one moment. So every single year, we do, anytime that there's positions that are open, the city manager reevaluates and that's already done. It doesn't need to be done by the city council. That's why we have a city manager to do that. I would be concerned delegating where parking revenues go now, because they presently go towards things that we need funded, so I think we should not be looking at that. Open positions, we just heard from the city manager that we have to fill those. We're already running very, very lean. If we have open positions, and Councilmember Noah Block keeps talking about this, we need those positions filled. So we should not be delegating money at that time, right now for that. We need those positions filled because we're running low, and we're even lower without them. So the reason we do all this and we have staff do the long-term financial plan is so that we can kind of regulate what's coming in and what we need to fund. We have staff to figure that out, not us. I agree with the 3-2-1 plan. This council's already voted on it. What's recommended here is already an action that we're taking. We shouldn't be changing it. We should be going on this what we're doing to get that paid down. So I'm against totally saying now what has to go somewhere. We should not have a motion on that. We are going through the long-term financial plan, and this is just the preview as we're starting out. Tonight is not the night to just go and blast and say that we need to delegate money towards something.
The recommendation by Councilwoman Ferguson does go beyond the 3-2-1 plan, and I see nothing wrong with going beyond the 3-2-1 plan. I think the sooner we get that pension fund addressed, the better. There are a lot of ways to do it. She suggested a few. We're not voting on it tonight. We're voting to consider it when the budget comes up. I'm in favor of considering that and anything else that comes up when the budget comes up. I'll second the motion and in support of that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I think the motion is not to consider. I think the motion is to do it.
Well,
If I understood it
It's to bring
correctly.
it back. Am I misunderstanding the motion?
I was thought to agendize it.
It's to agendize.
To agendize it during the budget hearings, right?
Yes,
Right.
During the
Okay.
budget hearings.
yes.
To agendize other options? Is that, I thought the
Well,
motion was to
she-
do those.
At the time appropriate, before we adopt the budget, which would be the
We
budget
will
workshop.
consider
would be
it.
appropriate.
We'll consider it
Mhm.
during that process. Is that,
So as I understand Councilmember Ferguson's motion, it's to excess property tax revenue would go to the debt, salary savings would go to the debt, and 2/3 of the parking.
Okay.
And I think these are fair things to consider, and I will support the motion. There, I want to hear from staff on the impact of each one of these bullet points, but I think they're fair to consider, and we're not deciding on it tonight. We're just deciding on looking at it during the budget.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I can certainly agree that we should be looking at all different options. That it just seems a little off the cuff compared to that we have this whole presentation. We're just going to all of a sudden look at some, other options that haven't been discussed before. But if
But
it's
under discussion,
if it's just to agendize it, I can support that.
And just to clarify, I agree with the direction of the council that as part of our budget workshop, as we're presenting the information to the council for the proposed fiscal budget, these things will be highlighted in our presentation to garner discussion amongst the council as to whether they want to give direction to allocate certain funds to pension pay down, et cetera.
and the impact of those recommendations.
Oh, absolutely. We'll present the impacts.
Yes, exactly.
So-
And why it hasn't been done before.
So Jake, it's 5:45. Do you have anything else?
No, that's it.
Well,
So,
did we conclude the vote on the pension recommendations? think
no,
we had a
I made that
but we
motion to
didn't.
follow staff recommendation on the
second the
pension
motion.
update. The current plan.
I didn't hear a second to
I second
council member.
I second it.
Oh.
Look,
You
Kathy made
seconded
it, I second
Councilmember Ferguson's, but before
it. Oh,
that,
I'm sorry.
Councilmember
Laura's
Ward
motion, sorry.
made a motion to accept staff recommendation, but I did not hear a second.
I'll second that. I don't think these are competing motions though, right? They're just two separate things.
They're separate things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, I suppose we should vote on the first motion
This
first,
is
which is
Laura's
for
motion? We're
staff
voting.
recommendation.
No,
Yeah.
my
Sounds-
motion's done. That was,
Oh.
Does it need
we
to be
got
a
3
motion?
votes for
'Cause it
that.
sounds like a recommendation. We're giving direction and
I think
they've
we got-
misheard that.
three direction, at least three to, as part of our budget workshop presentation, cover those items for discussion.
Okay, so we don't
Yes.
need to vote on that.
Please
Correct.
So we'll
Provide
just
that
vote on
in a
this- the
paper, because we
right.
got 3 votes, so the public will see.
It'll
as
be
well.
part of the budget presentation that we present to the
No,
council.
we got a report on that because we have 3 votes, so we need a
As part of our budget
report.
presentation, we'll cover
But
that.
please put it in writing, not just on the
Absolutely.
presentation, so the public sees that. And
It'll
that's
be
what
part of the
policy
public
states.
distribution as
Yeah,
well.
1201-11 allows for a report. So that's done. That one's done. Now we're voting on, yes,
Okay.
Councilwoman Ward's motion.
Correct. Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 4-1.
Anything else?
If we could ask a quick question. Long-term discussion, and my question is regarding the possibility that this city decides to partner with the South County Water District for a desal facility. Question is, if that happens, and if bonds are sold to finance this project, which could be several $100 million plus, those bonds are going to be sold to the public. The public's going to be receiving interest rates in the rate of 4, 5, 6%, maybe more. I don't know exactly, but significant interest
more
rate
by then.
return. Well, yeah, by then, probably more. Question is, would it be possible for the city to invest some of our money into that desal facility so that our return on our investable funds is in that higher range? I know currently the bulk of our municipal funds are restricted by law to receive basically 50 basis points.
Can I make
This
a
should
comment
be-
on what you just said? So unless I missed something, it's my understanding that the city will have either the option of becoming part of the JPA or being a customer. If you're part of the JPA, the water rates would be one thing. If you're just a customer, it'll be that times X, whatever that is. So are
My
you-
question was hypothetical.
Right.
If we were to join and be part of either a joint powers agency or a co-owner, however the structure is, the money, the bond money to build that facility, could we leverage our investment power, so to speak, and invest in that facility and be receiving a higher rate of interest for a service that we provide?
Can we discuss this during council
Yeah.
comments or during the regular
Well,
meeting?
I think it
'Cause
should be
I-
the
I-
At this
investment
point, we're not
advisory
going to have a
committee.
break between the
Right.
two.
Yeah.
I just want to thank Cenk for
Yeah.
terrific work on this. Absolutely wonderful. And I think we can revisit that, Steve, but we're
Yeah,
running into the other
I
meeting.
think that's appropriate. We're out of time. And I want to agree that Jake, Sandy, and Matthew did a great job of putting this together.
Thank you.
guys.
Thank
And
you
can I
very
have a
much.
motion to recess?
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk?
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
call to order the regular city council meeting of April the 5th, 2022. City clerk.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Here.
Councilmember Noblock. Councilmember Ward,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Here.
and Mayor James.
Here.
The first item on the agenda is invocation to be given by Pastor Mark Ambrose, Pacific Coast Church.
Please stand.
Good evening, council. Let's pray. Lord, first of all, just want to thank you for another day of life and another beautiful day where we can live in this town we call San Clemente, but it's clearly got your fingerprints all over it, a beautiful ocean and beautiful weather. And it's just a real privilege to call this our home. And I just want to thank you for the council and their hearts to serve the citizens here. And I just pray that you guide and direct their decisions. You give them wisdom to accomplish your will in this town. So we commit our meeting to you. May it be civil. May we treat each other with dignity and respect. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
And Brenda Wells of the I-5 Freedom Network, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Please remain standing. Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Brenda. I did. Okay. That's a warning to all of you. At any time, we might have you do the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay.
Okay.
City Clerk.
Yes, first item on the agenda is a special presentation. It's an update on the homeless issue, March update. Actually, the March update will be provided at the April 19th meeting.
Okay.
So staff does not have a presentation, but if there's any comments.
I
related
have
to
a
homelessness.
few photos that I want to discuss. Please pull them up. So I'm a little concerned about an area that's adjacent to Carl's Jr. on the south side of town. The fence that runs along the parking lot there actually goes into the state park property and also goes, and that makes it San Diego County. Is that correct, City Manager?
That is correct.
However, if you look through these photos, there's a number of encampments in this area. The superintendent or director at the state park assured us that he was going to evict these people upon 72 hours notice Monday or Tuesday of this week. That has now changed. He is now saying April 20th?
April 20th.
20th, and we'll have a meeting about it April 13th. But in the meantime, we have propane tanks, we have firewood, we have active fires every night there. Something has to be done about this. Waiting till April the 20th is absolute insanity. And I would ask the city manager, with the consent of council, to reach out to Senator Bates, reach out to Assemblywoman Davies, and put pressure on the state park. This is complete nonsense. This endangers the southeast side of our town, and actually, for that matter, endangers the southwest side of our town, and it needs to be addressed.
Couldn't we have OCFA also contact the, what is it, the director of the state park?
Director of State Park. Yeah.
Why wouldn't we turn this into the fire authority?
We can, the CAL FIRE manages state land, but we can definitely talk to OCFA, and then also, as the mayor requested, if there's council support, to reach out to our legislators.
I'm sure he would have gotten that a lot quicker. if he could have. I think it does need to be turned in, but the state park has got to be more responsive to these.
You know, they can talk all day long about they want to give these people an opportunity to get out of there. However, if they'd been doing their jobs and cutting back vegetation on a regular basis, those encampments would never be there. And this endangers our city, and the state park director has just taken a ho-hum attitude towards it, and it needs to be addressed. I know we have Chief Bianco here tonight, and you know, I don't know what the fire authority can do in regards to this situation. But I'd ask you to coordinate with Chief Bianco as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, and let's not forget about Bartlett. Didn't she play a role in
We'll
the
we'll reach out
last
to not
encounter?
only our local representation, but our state legislation as well as it relates to the state parks.
Just as a point of clarification, there has been notice given to the director of the state parks though by you or by our city. Okay,
Who assured that he was going to post it and do a 72-hour eviction. He posted it and then changed his mind on the eviction. Is that correct?
I can't speak to whether he changed the mind on the eviction or whether the state wanted more time to work on placement of those existing homeless in those encampments. But I think it's fair to say that the encampment cleanup was delayed a little bit longer.
Thank you.
Oral communications. We do have some cards. I'll read 3 names at a time so you can be prepared. The first will be Martina, last name not provided, followed by Amanda Kitnia, followed by Warren Vadreen.
Good evening, Council, and I'm going to speak on malfeasance. And this malfeasance stems from the censure of Councilwoman Laura Ferguson, where the city manager, the city attorney, and some current and previous members of council all coordinated to censure Councilwoman Laura Ferguson. Moving on from that, they also made the decision to dox citizens and post their personal information on the city website. This personal information include email addresses, phone numbers, residential addresses, and in some cases, state bar numbers. Pursuant to Government Code 6255, public disclosure of redacted personal information would warrant an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. The public interest served by withholding redacted information outweighs any public interest served by the disclosure. So that means as a practice, this information is supposed to be redacted. The city is refusing to redact the personal information of numerous individuals, claiming that they have to contact the city and ask, but that's not what the government policy says. Furthermore, I'm aware that Todd Spitzer's office contacted the city manager and city staff to redact or take down this personal information. The city has not complied. The city has only redacted the information of 4 individuals, 1 minor, Laura Ferguson's son, whose information that they posted, my information, Susan Riley Nesper, and Tony O. Okay, this is unacceptable. If you don't take down the information of all the constituents and all the citizens that commented, okay, there's going to be illegal action. Thank you.
Mayor James, if I may ask a question of the city manager. It was mentioned by the speaker, Eric, that you've been contacted by the district attorney. Have you been contacted, your city attorney, been contacted by the district attorney?
So due to the threat of litigation, if this, Madam Adam, wants to be discussed, it would be more appropriate for it to be discussed in closed session at a future meeting.
And why do you feel there's litigation? Has someone threatened to sue you?
The public speaker just indicated that there
Right.
could be legal consequences.
I've been asking you as a council member and as a mom whose son was doxxed by
Again,
you.
we can do closed session, Councilmember Ferguson,
You never
if you want to
explained your
discuss.
actions prior to tonight. I've been writing you for 2 months and you won't answer why you chose 21 people to dox out of 41 public comments.
So this is getting into.
I'd like an
discussion.
answer from our city manager.
And I would move that we
He's
move on from
paid
this since she's out of
handsomely
order.
from this community, and he has done this to 21 private citizens, including my minor son. So I still can't get an answer by email as to why you did it. Instead, you say, you're finally, after 8 emails, you said, oh, ask council for staff to research it. It's just a question.
City
Why'd you
attorney?
do it?
City Attorney, can you comment, please?
City Attorney,
You're all
is
gonna
this
cover
a-
for him.
appropriate line of discussion at this point?
Well, we can provide a brief response to a member of the public. I think that's happened.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, council members. I also brought this up to the attention of the city at the last city council meeting on March 15th. And I mean, this has been an ongoing thing. I originally found out about this, just, searching on the city webpage, and brought this to the attention of the city council members and other representatives starting back in January and January 24th. So at the last city council meeting, I requested your assistance to take down this information, and nothing was done. And I've sent many emails to all of you and other representatives such as Senator Bates and the district attorney Todd Spitzer. So this matter has to be addressed. And like I mentioned before, this goes against our California Constitution, which guarantees that the rights of, that personal information. I'm sorry, basically, I'm sorry, I missed my paper here. But it's all what the other San Clemente resident said. It goes against 6255 government code. But the city of San Clemente expounds on that, and it says personal information has been redacted, such as mailing addresses, email addresses, phone numbers, social security numbers, driver license numbers, financial information, so not as to invade the personal privacy of private citizens. And this is a response that anyone who does a public records request gets that response. So there is no reason why these public comments were up on the city webpage and they were not redacted. And first of all, they weren't even asked to give consent, and also the city of San Clemente created a bigger problem in releasing these public comments to the media, and there was no media release consents signed by anybody. And there was no parental consent disclaimers on the city webpage. And I mentioned COPPA violations, because if Councilmember Ferguson's son was in the age of 13 and younger, you would have had, federal federal violations there under COPPA. So there were 21 people that were that had their public comments posted on the city webpage without personal identifying information redacted. However, there was another webpage, another site on the city webpage that also had Facebook posts and another email. So, I'm glad this is coming up to the attention of the city council, but the TCA did the same thing, and it took them 1 week to take down this information. It just takes a click and delete.
Thank you very much. City manager, city attorney, this is a festering sore that's been going on for quite some time. I would suggest, if I get 2 council members to agree with me, that we meet at 4:30 at our next scheduled meeting and discuss this matter in closed session. There's a threat of litigation, and I believe this needs to be a matter for closed session and have a full discussion and a full understanding of everything that has occurred.
Absolutely.
Do I
So
have
that's
that
just
too?
a motion to add it to closed session.
That-
I don't think-
We-
That's
okay.
fine. Yeah.
I agree.
If I may comment, it's unfortunate it took the threat of litigation after 2 months of me trying to get our
Yeah.
city manager to respond to why he did this to people.
Very good.
It's
Thank you.
atrocious.
Thank you.
And I assume you mean the next regular meeting, not the
Correct. Next-
strategic. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
April 19th, I believe, or whatever day.
Okay.
Did you want the city attorney to comment tonight at all?
No, I think we're good.
Okay.
Okay, Warren Vadreen is next, followed by John Keel, Ruth, no last name, And Mike, no last name provided.
25 years ago, my family helped enable a new hospital for our hometown. The nearest hospital was 17 miles away. We donated the land, advised the town, and worked out the business model. The town had 10,000 people, an average yearly income, about 6,000 per year per capita. Without much money, our town managed to partner with a regional medical center and build a hospital. The hospital is a success, 48 beds, emergency and surgical facilities. The keys to success: a very supportive town government, some buy-in from the doctors, and a good, clean piece of land. If they can do it, so can we. When our San Clemente Hospital closed, I studied the business model needed for a successful new hospital. Early in the process, I appeared here and presented the two biggest requirements. First, 2 or 3 pieces of city-owned land, actual addresses, unencumbered by legal uncertainties, with a written promise of proper zoning and ready to be built on, to be offered to an operator, a long-term lease at $1 per year. Second, a supportive, proactive city government announcing itself ready to provide proper zoning, facilitated building permits, and open and active participation in the public. Instead, we have endured extensive litigation. We've been offering only a single site, which is still owned by a hostile entity. Talk about an investor's nightmare. Our city has not yet given the new hospital a proper chance. From a recent survey, we know that an overwhelming majority of our citizens want a hospital with negligible opposition. We know that even after being told that this is going to entail a bond costing taxpayers about $300 million, there's still substantial majority support, but significant opposition on financial grounds. I understand this opposition. There's a 6-year history of contradictory data, some of it misleading, and very little transparency. The voters would be asked to take a leap of blind faith, in effect buying a pig in a poke bag, as they say. Let us cast our net wider. For example, reevaluate costs, actively look for support and grants, and present a clean, optimized opportunity for investors. Thank you.
John Keel, followed by Ruth, the last name.
Hello, my name is John Keel. Thank you, Mayor James and City Council and the citizens of San Clemente. The issue, the topic that I bring about is concerning the sober living homes. In which was a big issue back in 2016 when we brought up the SB 1283 to Senator Bates, and it was basically squashed. I haven't found much work. Now, I might be wrong about this, but in my research, I haven't found much work or any development concerning this issue. I have gone to Senator Bates' office in Encinitas, and quickly, pretty much as my experience has been with the city council in Encinitas and Matt Hall and Carlsbad, as well as other places in the country, Nebraskans for Peace, etc., of the false ideology of sponsorship. And that's the crux of the problem. It's a false ideology, but rather than bringing up negativity, fighting against the system, I think that many solutions are made right in plain sight. And under federal law, under the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Fair Housing Act, it is illegal for disabled people mental illness, such as alcoholism and drug addiction, to be leading, guiding another disabled person. It's real simple as that. And I just hope in this is protecting our children in the community and many others, and that I would be more than happy to share the truth. And the truth is, it's the practice of spiritual principles: forgiveness, tolerance, patience, etc., integrity, perseverance. That's it. That's as simple. They are being prevented of this knowledge and being misled by other disabled people. That's in a nutshell what I'd like to say. And my number is here. And I do realize that some people's voices can't be heard or publicly heard, but I do have a website if you care to look at it. It's 12stepcure.com, where I can be reached at to share any information, some knowledge, so we can improve the situation of these sober living homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I have a slide for my presentation. Before I do that, though, I just want to comment on some prior items that were discussed. You could make that 22 citizens' names that were illegally posted on public documents by the city staff, my own. Okay, so I'm here to talk about Via San Gregorio and how unsafe the street continues to be. Unfortunately, the 4-inch white line did nothing to prevent the overflow of traffic or families having to walk in the middle of the street. You've all received the documentation, and I believe Mayor James even had a neighbor personally testify to how bad the situation is. On the slide, under my public records request, the typed items are what the Beaches Park and Recreation provided, that states that these are within normal use of the park and that there were no more than 4 permitted uses scheduled at one time. She also states that the city only provides a permit for field space. She has no idea and apparently no concern as to how the space is used. So what actually happened on this particular day is there were 4 soccer games being played simultaneously on one field. There were 2 baseball games being played at the same time. You know, there's 8 pickleball courts, which is 32 players, plus all those who are waiting to play. We have dog walkers. We have families at playgrounds. When I say we mean the residents that are living around the park. And families also use the picnic areas. Often there's bounce houses with much higher decimal readings than are ever allowed in a residence. So the problem is that this, I feel, is very misleading. Obviously, even just 4 soccer games being played simultaneously is going to exceed the allotted parking spaces that the city has provided. In the meantime, the quality of life on Via San Gregorio continues to be unacceptable, and it does not meet the same quality of life that the rest of you have, not to mention the fence that did not stop the pickleball noise. So all I ask is, how hard could it be for the city to simply tell Elite Soccer that if they're going to use the field, they need to limit the number of games that are played at one time? And if that's not acceptable, please schedule them at another park that can accommodate 4 games with safe parking. Lastly, I just think it's a really travesty that the city council has to take your time. You have much more important issues with this city. Believe me, I've heard some of them, especially on our Friday meetings, that our staff should have the capability to handle scheduling our city parks without adversely affecting the quality of life of the people surrounding those parks. Not only are they apparently incapable or just unwilling, I don't know which it is, to provide this safety and concern for residences, which should be priority personally over park usage, but they want to add more. They are asking you to add more: a wedding venue, a dog park, a skateboard park. I forget what else they want to add. We cannot accommodate it on our street. Walking down that street is not safe. We continue to force people to do this. I urge you to please do not let the city manager this time just brush you off, Mr. Mayor, and say, oh, well, but soccer needs fields. Well, you know what? We need a quality of life too. I would wish that you would please take that in consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Mike, and he'll be followed by Brenda Wells, followed by Mickey Rathman, followed by Brad Malamed.
Excuse me. Mr. Mayor, City Council. First, I want to say that although I've been a little harsh with our mayor in the past, I'd like to give you 2 hugs. Please, when you meet on the 19th, can we resolve the dysfunction that's going on between person A and person B? We could do better as a community. It ripples through all of us. I go by the name of Mike, and now you know why. I don't want to be doxxed. I don't want to be intimidated. Nobody else does. So it sounds like we're going to take that on, and I really hope that we can put some of that behind us. Second hug. Propane tanks over in a field with homeless folks. I live right across the street, right across the freeway from that spot. I see it all the time. You get all kinds of surfers hanging out there as well. It is a fire hazard. When we look at the CAL FIRE map of the very high fire zones, that area is area number 1. It's not Talega. It's not our little canyons. It's not Camp Pendleton. It's not even Cleveland National Forest. It is San Onofre State Park. 25% of our city's footprint is in a very high fire zone, one of the highest in the state of California. So we all saw that wonderful presentation last time. Well, it sounds like we're concerned about it with the homeless. When you're over there, could you guys talk as well about reducing some of the fuel load in that area? Some fire mitigation from the park, from San Onofre State Park. If they could be aware of it, if they could understand that it's impacting our costs for our insurance, not just to the people that live adjacent to that, but throughout our city, which is designated in the highest level. That would be a great start. After reading that wonderful article in the paper related to this subject, did some clicking around. I hope maybe some other folks did. And I came up with the Insurance Commissioner, State Insurance Commissioner Lara's latest ideas about going forward with community response to very high fire zones and high insurance rates. I'm going to read real quick, my 40 seconds. Communities should have clearly defined boundary and a local risk assessment in consultation with local fire district or state fire agency. We have that, but it was delayed in being put up. Wasn't up for 5 months. We got to stay on top of it. Identified evacuation routes. We have cleared vegetation overgrowth. No, not so much. Not in that area that you're going to go talk to the homeless guys and get them kicked out. Evacuation plan contingencies. We have clear funding sources to implement community mitigation activities. I've been doing some researching. There's all kinds of money, grant money available at the state level and at the county level to help with mitigation of the fire load. And we need to go after that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda Wells, followed by Mickey Rathman.
Good evening, council members. I want to bring up something that's going to come up on next meeting's agenda on April 19th, but I want to plant the seed for consideration now. I represent the I-5 Freedom Network, a community focused organization that fights human trafficking. I've met with many of you before on this topic. It seems like a strange thing to talk about in San Clemente as a, like, why is this here? Why we're talking about it? But we know it's here. We know it's here. But even if we don't believe it's here, we do know that prevention is better than reaction. And we have, awareness that through our massage establishments, in our hotels, in our schools, and in other locations that exploitation and recruitment and this activity is occurring here. So I have been communicating with the Public Safety Commission, a few of our council champions here, on what are actionable opportunities to address the problem here in our community. We want to make sure that we're working with law enforcement, with code compliance, with the businesses and the community that do things that will actually make a difference. And that is what's going to be on the agenda for April 19th. What is the Public Safety Commission going to recommend for us to do? And that includes how do we enforce the codes that are already there? A code is only as strong as our ability and our willingness to support it and enforce it. We're working with community members and survivors of trafficking to create a plan that is both supportable and responsible and informed so that we don't make any uninformed or unintended consequences as we move forward in this action. So I just want to say, as you consider the opportunity to take action, it's better to prevent than to respond. And also just to be aware that this is happening, not just, in Orange County, in California, but in San Clemente. I'm a big fan of, working with law enforcement and working with the city council to do the right thing. And I just urge you to consider it when it comes up, to take it seriously and not dismiss it as something that doesn't happen here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda.
Good evening, Mickey Rathman. I'm a local business owner and a local resident of San Clemente. Later this evening, you're going to be finalizing the outdoor dining ordinance, the temporary outdoor dining ordinance. And last council meeting, there was some enthusiasm for the idea of potentially expanding our trolley service to South San Clemente, where there's a large percentage of our hotels, motels, and places for people to stay who are visiting from out of town. I have heard that there may be a little bit of pushback for that idea in relation to OCTA also doing a bus route in that area, and that they may not allow us to use our grant to expand our trolley in that way. I know that over the last 5 or so years that we've had the trolley, that it's really been sort of the in the spirit of trying new things and seeing how this service can really work and benefit our community. So I'm here to ask and encourage if that some of the funds that will be collected from the fees that our restaurants are going to pay for their outdoor dining spaces, if that could be used to expand the trolley service to the south side of town. It may also give the city the opportunity to collect data showing the users of the trolley versus the users of the bus. I do believe that there are two different groups of people that use those services, and then maybe the OCTA can see for themselves that people still use the bus while also using our trolley, which would then the next time around potentially help us to get an approval for using grant funds to have that trolley expanded. Our community is very excited about the temporary outdoor dining. But I also just want to make sure that we're looking at creative ways to help ease the parking issue downtown and to support all of the businesses that are in that downtown area where those outdoor dining decks are going to be placed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And city manager, can you address the OCTA trolley thing just very briefly?
Correct. So as the city council, I'll make sure the public is aware, we get a subsidy from OCTA as it relates to the trolley line. And that subsidy was based on bus routes that OCTA, I'll say, abandoned because of lack of ridership. So they wanted a new way to basically encourage transportation. As Mickey, the public commenter, spoke of, yes, there is some concerns of expanding into Southwest because there are existing bus routes that already address that need. That's something that we can definitely look at the next budget cycle with OCTA to see if there's any options. And to Mickey's point, we can definitely look at the revenue made from the outdoor dining, but it is an expensive cost to operate the trolley without the OCTA subsidy. So the moral of the story would be that that money would go quicker and could jeopardize the back end of trolley services, if you will, if we were to look at using that to devote 100% to that expansion. But it is something that both the public and staff agree that it would be nice to have a line. I know there was also discussion of Los Molinos as a possible destination, as well as that opportunity zone kind of starts to grow. And we're going to be looking at those things, but there are some hurdles as it relates to the grant with OCTA to accomplish.
Thank you, sir.
Council members, I'm going to go to the same issue. The city manager or the staff could have just pulled these things, 21 documents down and redacted, and it would take less than a half an hour, probably less than 10 minutes. So we're here after 2 months of malfeasance by the city. Todd Spitzer on his Facebook page directed the city and sent a letter telling the city to redact these documents or take them down and comply with the city code. I sent an email months ago and my information is still posted online. That's just wrong. Okay. I haven't complained about it till now, but it's come to a head when month after month, the city manager or the staff can't do their job and comply with state law. As far as your supposed closed session meeting, that's illegal. And I'm warning you right now, I'm not threatening any litigation. Martina was not referring to litigation. She was referring to Todd Spitzer's letter to the city. That's the law. She says it will be enforced. So that's not a threat of litigation. So you cannot do this in closed session. And what cowards if you do? You're entitled to do this in public, and it needs to be done in public. Hiding malfeasance for 2 months in closed session, asked for, I think, by the city manager that you go in closed session, confirmed by the city attorney. That's not only cowardly, it's illegal. So I'm telling you right now, when I'm done speaking, you better overturn that decision. And I'm not threatening litigation, and I won't be litigation. You should do it because it's right and you're complying with the law. If you go into closed session, then you are cowards. Critically, why were these things posted in the first place? Only pro Ferguson, the documents were posted. None of the 20 documents from pro censor were posted. And further, more importantly, I lived in the city for 25 years. I'm now not a resident, as you know, but I'm still a business resident. I don't know one time in 25 years that letters on an issue in front of the council were posted on the city council website. I don't know a single one. If you can find it to me, there might be some, but this is not normal practice. This was a political attack, and whoever's responsible should fess up and explain why they did it. This is wrong. The censure was wrong. There is no policy for censure in the city of San Clemente. I asked Scott Smith to explain on what basis the city council censored Laura, and he said common law. I told him that was only Catholic common law. There was no such thing as common law censure. City does not have a censure statute. He could not provide me any and never has to this day. It was cowardly then, and it's cowardly now that you censored a council member when you could have simply said, we don't like your actions, and moved on. You didn't need a 6-hour hearing. But some members like Kathy wanted to make this public. And by the way, my understanding is council members suggested leaving things till the next council. They've done in the past. This was done on 5 days notice because the council was going to switch a few days later. I think I've said enough, but we can drop this now by just pulling these off the website or redacting them, and you don't even need a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all the cards. The next item on the agenda is a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
All right.
Carries 5-0. Are there any items that require immediate action? Okay, closed session report, city attorney.
No closed session was held today. Thank you.
Consent calendar, all items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council staff or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of items A, K, L, M, and O.
AKL.
A, K, L, M, and O.
My question for that on M, they requesting removal of 1 through 4,
They requested the whole item.
the whole item. Okay. Probably hit mine.
I have a few items I'd like to have pulled.
Yes, please.
Items 6, E, H, I, K, and L. Oh, I guess K and L is already done. Excuse me. E, H, I.
H and I. Did you say K and L? Yeah. and
Yes,
this is
yes,
already
they were,
got it.
they were already pulled, yeah. by someone.
Okay, I move that we approve the balance.
Second.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 0. Carries 5-0. Let's see.
Warrant register.
6A is public.
Martina, the last name provided.
So good evening, council, and I've got some concerns about how the minutes are being recorded. My comment at the last meeting was very specific. And in the minutes, it just said I spoke about ethics and the prior conduct of council members. I mentioned council members by name and I mentioned their actions by name. And I expect that to be reflected in the minutes. So once again, I spoke about Mr. James on 2 occasions, at least 2 occasions, wearing the Legion of Merit, a medal that he did not earn, and his denying that he ever wore the Legion of Merit while under oath, and including to his disgusting behavior towards a sheriff's deputy, and numerous other instances of behavior. And I spoke about Mr. Duncan's compliance and silence on Mr. Duncan's or Mr. James's behavior. And I really didn't appreciate I don't really appreciate the sarcastic smirk, Mr. Duncan. And I believe that the constituents are owed your 4 years unless you want to resign. Okay, you chose a 4-year term instead of a 2-year term, and now you're saying that you want to step out if you're successful in your assembly race. And I think that speaks to your character. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll move. And
Item
Item
6A.
I have comments. I'd actually like to discuss this. I know that had someone come up and talked about me, my name certainly would have been captured in the minutes by the city clerk, probably my address, my phone number too. So I'll wait for, I just want to get those comments out there. I do have a motion to make, but since Councilwoman Ward had initiated hers first, I'll let her go first.
So I'm moving the item. I will speak to it that we already discussed how minutes were going to be done. We all completely agreed, and it's not to be changed now at this time. So I'm going to move that item since it was pulled for approval.
Second.
Okay, I have a substitute motion, City Clerk. And my substitute motion is to modify these minutes, abbreviated minutes, to incorporate the 2 council members that resident Martina was addressing. And that would be Mayor Jean James and Mayor Pro Tem Chris Duncan. Simple, no other additions. Thank you.
I'm going to second that motion. And I know we had a discussion to make sure that our minutes had a general reference to the topic, but this wasn't a general reference. This goes kind of beyond that to not identify that topics. And I don't want to be political, but I think her comments were specific regarding it. If it were regarding me, it would be appropriate to say this comment was made about Steve. So I'm going to second the motion.
Did I have a second to my motion? I did.
Yes.
So, okay,
But
thank you.
the
It would go
substitute
first.
motion
I
is
agree.
voted on first. Okay, Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Did you
Aye.
vote aye on? Say that
I
again.
voted aye. Yeah,
Okay.
sure. Let's put it
Alright.
in there. What the heck?
You seconded my motion, however.
That's okay.
Okay.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
Okay. Carries 4-1. Okay, the next item is item E. This is contract award for as needed municipal utilities and civil engineering design and construction support services.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I had this item pulled. I'm not opposed to these contracts, but I'm a little concerned about the terms. There are 8 contracts here, all of them for a 3-year term, each of them with 2-year extensions by the city manager at his discretion. I'm in favor of these items, but I'd like to see each of the contracts have a 2-year instead of a 3-year contract, and that there are no extensions without further review by the city council. So my motion would be to approve item E with the 1 through 8 with the modification of 2-year contract with extensions to be presented to the council.
Can you explain why we're circumventing what staff is recommending to us?
Well,
And they
I
are in
think my
charge of these?
comments are evident by what I've said. I think a 3-year contract is extremely lengthy. These are discretionary contracts. And I just think 2 years will get us exactly where we need to be. And if at the end of 2 years, we need additional time, we can certainly grant it. So I just think 3 years with 2 years extension gives a 5-year contract term without further council review. And I just am opposed to that. I think it's too long.
Can I ask that the city manager speak to that, please?
I'm at the purview of the city council. If they want to set the policy, you have staff's recommendation in front of you as to what we feel is most optimal for the department. But again, council sets the policy and we follow it. So I stand ready to take whatever direction the council gives.
Motion's on the table,
I'm going to make a motion that we follow
Is it?
staff
I have a motion on the table.
recommendation,
but I don't know if there's.
a
a second.
substitute motion.
There's no second yet. So.
So I don't think I want to explore Councilmember Knobloch's motion a little more. So you're suggesting a cap basically of 2 years on contracts with the extension coming to council on the 3rd year?
Yes.
I'm okay with that. I'm fine.
Would you second the motion?
I'll second the motion.
One of the comments that was made was depending on the number and of the size of individual projects, staff may not have the resources to provide design or construction phase services. And I'm looking at several contractors here that one of them is overseeing our city hall construction now. These are, and this is utilities. So these are projects that depending on when they come up, we're creating more time for staff to have to come back on the 3rd year to bring these up again. So when you talk about our council meetings going long, I would say this is one of the reasons because we're micromanaging stuff like this when we don't need to.
I mean, I think it's just more efficient just to have a longer contract. They're going to use them when they want. We can always call things up and question it.
I agree. I think this is
5 years-
unnecessary.
5 years without further review is just too much time.
It's just a way of micromanaging our
I'd
staff.
call for the question.
Well, I made a substitute motion. I don't know if there's any second that
Mayor,
we follow
what was
staff.
it?
If I may make one comment, Mayor, city attorney pointed out something that I need to ask the director of public works. These contracts were let with the condition of 3 years with 2 1-year renewals. I think it's appropriate to make sure that we did a competitive procurement process. And if we advertised for 3 years plus 2 1-year renewals, and then the pricing is structured on that, that would be some concern that we should address. And I'm going to ask Kyle, would there be any effect changing the terms of the contract with the pricing and the contractors from a procurement standpoint?
No, sir, I don't think it would have any effect at all. We did advertise it as 3 years and 2 1-year extensions, but I'm confident all 7 consultants would honor that.
Just wanted to make sure on that. Thank you.
So Kyle is pretty sure, but we're not confident. Would Councilman Knobloch, what would you think about a 3-year contract and on the 4th year coming to council?
It's better than 5.
Yeah, it is.
I can support the 3-year with.
So that's my substitute motion of a 3-year contract.
Is it a friendly amendment? or
It's a
is it-
friendly event. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, if I can just interject, that allays any concern because you just would not be delegating the authority to extend to staff, but the pricing would be as you solicited and.
3-year contract without the 1-year automatic extension. The extensions need to come back.
Right. And I think that addresses any concern about offer and acceptance. Yeah.
So we
If
have a
you-
substitute motion. on
If
the
you will
floor?
do that, I will pull my motion. my
Okay,
substitute.
I'll agree to that friendly amendment. Call for the question.
Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Next item is item H, contract award, environmental on-call services, hazardous waste response, cleanup, removal, and disposal.
H,
Pulled by
okay,
council.
okay. I had the same concern here. This was, again, a 3-year contract with 2 additional 1-year extensions. I'll move that we approve the contract with a 2-year period, with a 3-year period of term with no automatic extensions.
Second.
Call for the question?
Okay, Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Same with I.
The geotechnical. Yeah, my concern with this item was that we're contracting for a specific purpose, and the purpose needs to be accomplished. We have a deadline of June 30th, 2023, which is a year from this June, so that's a lot of time. But my concern was that if the work wasn't completed and the slope remediation wasn't done, and we needed that additional expertise, we have to enter into a new contract. So my suggestion here is that we not have a deadline on a time, but that we have a task that's being contracted for. If it takes 6 months or 2 years, the task is what we're contracting for, not a period of time. So I would request that we eliminate the time frame on this.
I assume staff would.
No objection.
Does
Okay.
that affect, I mean, their willingness to be expedient in doing the work? Is that?
I would defer that question to our utilities director, Dave Rubensdorf.
Dave Rubensdorf, Utilities Director. I don't think it impacts it. We're up against a tight timeline with the Coastal Commission to start construction. So yeah, it shouldn't impact it whatsoever.
I think there's a motion and a second. Call for the question.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Next item is item K, that's contract award for on-call communications, traffic, graphic design, and public relations.
I had pulled this item earlier, and during our long-term financial planning discussion, I think the sense of this issue was discussed a little bit. So I had my list of items I want to pull, but I'm gonna make a motion to approve
I'll
the
second that.
contract unless there's any other objection.
Second.
We
I have some
do have a
comments.
public speaker
Okay.
on
then I
this
have some
item.
comments.
Amanda.
Let's allow the public comment, please.
Great.
Go ahead, Amanda.
Great. Hi, thank you. I'm very concerned why the city is wanting to hire 2 public relation firms, MIG for $49,000 and Tripepi Smith for $75,000 for a total of $124,000. Also, the approval for the city manager to authorize an immediate 1-year extension of those contracts for a total of $248,000 over 2 years. According to the agenda, their proposed scope of work will vary depending on communication needs. The following are samples scope of work items identified on the on-call services: social media, communication, marketing, public relations, and graphic design and videography. Quite frankly, this reminds me when the TCA hired a PR firm to monitor social media and harass San Clemente residents, where they called us the Real Housewives of San Clemente, who like drama and traffic, or comparing us to Kim Jong-un as the problem child in relation to South County commuters and the business community. Furthermore, one firm was paid for working 28 hours in a single work day. Consultants charge basically the public $185 an hour for reading news. Thus, the city needs to consider greater oversight before granting an immediate or extension without any evidence of capabilities, work, product, or success. The city doesn't have to hire a PR firm to inform them to abide by the law, uphold government codes, and uphold our civil rights. As far as communication, the problem that the city is facing is that we have people calling the city and leaving people messages, and the city staff not returning their telephone calls. Even when people have sent emails asking to answer simple questions, those emails are turned into public records request. Who is directing city staff not to answer the phones or emails? Even when the on-call code compliance staff, they certainly do not know the city ordinance or city policies. This does not help matters at all. They're just an answering service, and that's it. Even during the day, when a person calls the code compliance department office, it's difficult to speak to a staff directly. When looking up permits or projects online, the system makes it harder to look a project by the address. The city webpage doesn't give the public the actual way of looking up permits or projects and that shouldn't be the case. And it takes a proper, all it does is take proper instructions to do that. Basically, this should be remedied pretty quick. I remember there was one incident when I emailed the senior planner in the community development about NV5 for the traffic study for Project Summer or the Amazon Warehouse Distribution Center. And she altered, modified, and edited the content of my email without my consent. And this was a First Amendment violation. And when I emailed her and the other city council members about her conduct, nothing happened. There was no follow-up email or even an apology regarding that. So I'm really concerned what we're doing here with that.
City manager, just to clarify on K1 in regards to the vendor MIG, that is for lack of a better word, as needed piecemeal, with $49,000 being the very maximum that we would expend. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Jennifer Savage, who's been running point on this, to address that.
That's correct. And similarly, the second firm would be the same, where it's on call as needed.
Councilmember Ferguson, I think you had a comment.
Oh, thanks. I did a few. And I too wanted to pull this item tonight. I read the report, very vague, the scope of services, one sentence, on-call communications, graphic design, public relations. No specificity as to what they'll do. So we won't have any accountability. Where's the definition of work product? Any expectations of the job described, knowing we'll get more bang, good bang for a buck. Any milestones, none are set forth. Again, no end product, no deliverables defined, no expected reporting to the city. I can't support contracts that are blank and it says see attached proposal, but I don't see a proposal on these. And where's the proposal? And then I also want to know where this originated, because no council member ever suggested bringing public relations firms on board. I mean, our city doesn't have a public relations problem. Maybe some individuals up here do, but not the city. And the taxpayers shouldn't be paying for people's reputations to be repaired. And I'm concerned with the lack of any detail of what these people are being hired to do. I warn it very, very, very fiscally irresponsible of us to be doing. I do want to point out the city manager did enter into a agreement with the strategic planning consultant, not proper. It was done outside of a council meeting, but it's with Confidence Consulting. And I'm mentioning this company because this company actually did a scope of services correctly. And it's a smaller job, of course, but provides a scope and the estimated work product that this person will produce and what this person will do, interviews with council, just numbers them, prepare interview summation, meet with city council, prepare draft report, finalize report, gives the number of hours devoted and the total costs and what's going to be impacted, what we're going to get at the end. But these PR consultants, I don't know, I think the timing's very suspect in an election year. I looked to those consultants for the toll road. We had 4 of them, never saw work product, never heard from them, never saw them. And they were paid millions of dollars. Okay. It was over 500,000 every year. And so I'm going to leave it at that. I'm a no on this. I think it's wasteful and suspicious. Thank you.
Any other comments?
No, I would move the item. These are based on, it says right here, the proposed scope of work will vary depending on communication needs. These needs haven't been identified yet, but if staff is going to hire these people, it's going to be based on things that we have already voted to get done. And we need some help with that. So I hate to see that every single item of what we have is going to be someone up here expounding on whatever bad thing that they want to say and has nothing to do with it.
And I second that. This is exactly what we've directed staff to do. These are consultants that specialize in this. These are not big contracts. It's as needed. And so I second the motion.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Certainly.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, you said council directed staff to do these, to bring these. You can't do that behind the scenes. You never brought this to city council, agendized it for discussion or for hiring these firms.
I'm
And how
sorry.
were they hired? Was there an RFP? We don't know.
Yeah, not about these particular firms. I'm sorry. I was speaking, I guess, for a quick, broadly speaking, the tasks that are described here, council has directed staff to do. And not this particular, and staff decided that this would be the best way to accomplish those. And that's what we have here. At some point, we need to defer to staff's expertise and for efficiency's sake, let staff do their job. This is an example of that.
City clerk, please.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No?
Councilmember Noblock,
No.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 3-2. Okay. Next item is item L, contract award for transportation advisory services.
Is there public comment?
Yes, that was pulled by the public. Amanda, hit me up.
Hello, council members. I'm urging for a no vote on the hiring of a transportation consultant, the Tele Company. The city of San Clemente always had a good rapport with the OCTA and its representatives. On January 15th, 2019, the OCTA Executive Director of Planning, Kia Mortazavi, gave a PowerPoint presentation to the city council meeting about the long-range transportation plan. The OCTA has been very accommodating to the city of San Clemente and its residents. I got that PowerPoint presentation ahead of time. The OCTA participated at the San Clemente's town hall meetings on November 13th, 2019, the same year as the LRTP presentation. Many San Clemente residents attended that town hall meeting. There were further concerns following that town hall meeting, and I reached out to the OCTA CEO, Mr. Daryl Johnson, about the conflicts between the TCA and the TCA and the OCTA. And Ms. West, the local government relations representative, offered a meeting with OCTA representatives, government relations executive director Lance Larson, and the media relations manager Zol Slotnick, along with council member Ward, and to San Clemente residents to discuss M2 funds. This history of cooperation and interaction between our city and the OCTA shows that we don't require a consultant to act as an intermediary. There is absolutely no reason why the city of San Clemente should be hiring the Tele Company when there was never any work productivity report or from this company in the first place. In the past, the city of San Clemente had the former public works director, city engineer, Tom Barnegat, to look into traffic plans. And I don't know why the city should hire this as consultant again. His contract ended, I think, in November or in December. Additionally, when speaking with an OCTA representative about the Tele Company, this person had barely heard of this company, and that was Mr. Larson. So this means that the Tele Company is not well known and recognized company in the community, and that's a big concern. So I don't think we should have him back. So I have no idea, why we should have him back. Sorry, I've repeated myself, but please vote no for the Tele Company. I think we need to save our money. I think city staff could do a great presentation regarding any bicycle paths or, anything regarding the transportation needs. And we have Councilmember Ferguson, who was on the TCA Board of Directors, as well as Mayor Jean James and Councilmember Ferguson. So I really think that we should not have this contract. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. City manager, Mr. Oftali, excuse me. Give us his bio real quick.
So Stan Oftali was the former CEO of the Orange County Transit District before it became OCTA as it's known today. And so he had been with OCTD for quite some time and active with OCTA thereafter. And so he's regionally respected as it relates to transportation in Orange County and has a wealth of knowledge as it relates to the history of many, many regional related road plans and strategic plans that OCTA took upon. So it's a benefit to the city of San Clemente to have Stan.
So I will tell you that on the 2 years that I spent on the TCA board and on the toll road subcommittee, he was an incredible source of information. He was a resource, much more so than our consultants were. And the, I'm a fan of our lobbyist, Mark, and I'm a fan of Stan. I do think I'm very inclined to vote for this contract. Councilmember Noblock.
Well, I think Stan Oftely's reputation goes without discussion. I've known Stan literally for 50 years. He was an Orange County Register reporter, 50 years, 50.
You met him when you were 5?
No, well, I wish. I wish. He was a register reporter when I was a staff guy at the Board of Supervisors back when I was in college. His credentials are sterling, but my problem with the contract is I just don't think we need it. He's talented in transportation. I don't know that we have any pressing issues that we require that kind of expertise that we don't already have in-house or can't easily obtain. So I'm not supportive of the additional contract, but.
Can I speak to that? Yeah.
Councilmember Ward, please.
So, and I direct this to Ms. Quintanilla because she's worked so hard on stopping the toll road, helping us. Stan Oftely was one of the major people that aided us in what we did.
Behind the scenes.
And we have several items that are coming up that are happening right now. And one of them is Los Patrones Parkway. That is completely new. We came up with that in, I don't remember what year that we offered that. It was after our IBI traffic study. And it's a fairly new initiative that's going up. And we have got to mitigate and manage that coming into our city. We allowed that to happen and we have got to do right by everyone on that. And I believe Stan is the #1 person that's going to be aiding us with that. Anything to do with the trolley and dealing with OCTA, and we've got the HOV lanes coming in with the freeway project, and they're going to be rerouting and looking at the bridge for what is that, Concordia Elementary? There's just so many things.
A truck bypass lane they're talking about between.
Well, I appreciated that when you were on that call that you brought that up because I wrote the same thing. I was like, truck bypass. That is something that I believe they were talking about around Vaquero.
Yeah.
Not Vaquero, but that hill, the climbing hill.
Pico to Vista
Right.
Hermosa.
Thank you. But it may not happen. And especially what I love about OCTA, and I hate, I love to, I say the word love because I so appreciate it after dealing with TCA for 6 years, is that if the city and the residents don't want it, they will not look at it. So they might be looking at that, but I don't believe, I'm not seeing that that's going to happen. And I don't agree with their thinking that it's trucks. Because I'm seeing people have a problem climbing that hill and it's just people slowing down because they can't see around the corner, So I did appreciate you bringing that up, but Stan Oftely being on the toll road subcommittee, I can say without doubt assisted me and the council in that. And we have too many things going on. We really have to have these done right. And so this is one, I'm glad staff's bringing this back because we need to have them. And I want to assure Amanda that he will do a good job for us on that.
If I can respond to that, since you responded to my comment,
I was responding as a council member.
Well, I'm responding as a council member as well. I think Stan did a great job for the TCA. It was a colossal effort. It was a successful effort. That doesn't mean we owe a consultant a continued $60,000 fee because they did a great job. The toll road issue is dead and it's over. The issues that we were discussing about policy, about the truck overpass and other, if the community doesn't want that, Stan doesn't create public policy. He's an advocate for us. We have appropriate advocacy in this city through our staff, through our contacts with all the boards, with the Board of Supervisors, OCTA, and all the entities. It's always nice if someone does it for us. But I think we don't need to spend $60,000 of the taxpayers' money. I just don't. So I'm opposed to
Can
it.
I speak to?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll speak to this on a couple points. One, the toll road will never be dead as long as the TCA is around because their entire existence is justified by the toll road through the middle of San Clemente. So it's not dead. The second thing is we have a toll road subcommittee for this very purpose. They do the research. They work with these folks. They say we need Stan Oftedly, and I give that a great amount of weight. So I would support the contract.
Oh, good question.
I have
Oh,
comments.
you have
I
one
didn't
other
get to.
comment.
I
please.
didn't make any.
Oh, you
yet.
didn't make, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor James. Well, first off, the scope of services, again, blank, just like the other consultants. It literally just says the title of the report, Transportation Advisory Services. So again, no purpose defined, no milestones, no deliverables, specificity. And I hear Councilwoman Ward saying he's going to work on some, is it advocacy? Truck bypass lanes, trolley, LPPE. Now, if he's specifically being hired to do anything, that would be in the scope of services, much like the example I read from Confidence Consulting. So we would list those specific projects that Mr. Oftedly will be working on, but we don't do that. So it's open-ended. And will his invoices come like when he was one of the toll road consultants? Will they just come blank? Nothing on them. We don't know what they do. We just pay the $4,000 or $5,000 a month that we pay. I know he was one of the 4,000 or 5,000 ones. I can't remember. Englander was the 15,000 a month. Again, just blank contracts. We didn't even know what they do. We just pay them. And so that is not fiscally prudent. And as a council member, it's my duty to make sure that we protect the taxpayer's purse and spend the money responsibly. I'm not opposed to hiring consultants, contractors. I've approved them in my time on council. But I want to know what they're doing. And I think the public wants to know what they're doing too. And when they come to us, request, a new playground or pickleball striping, and we can't do it, well, this is why. Because we have runaway costs on consultants that get to do what they want and never even tell us, and we don't tell them what to do. That's the point. It's our job to tell them what to do before we hire them. So again, just another contract with zero accountability. And secondly, it's not even in the budget. We ended a contract with this gentleman in December, as Ms. Quintanilla mentioned in her comments to the council. And here we are a couple months before approving a new budget and approving a $60,000 contract. I could say the same about the two public relations contracts. Why the rush? Why can't we wait and deliberate these at the budget session, which is less than a couple months away? And council can decide then what to put in. And again, I'd actually just like to make a motion to just table this and have it come back with some specificity, because Ms. Ward said he's going to do all these things, but you'd never know it by looking up the contract.
I need to
Thank you.
clarify, I did not bring up the truck climbing lanes at all. I just commented on them. I did not bring them up. And I did not say what he's working on. I said what
Is there a
I'm
motion
concerned
on the
about.
floor?
So let's clarify.
That's my motion. Thank you.
So you have, was there a motion already?
Yes, and a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll make a substitute motion after this one.
There.
I'll second the substitute motion.
So
I did not hear an original motion.
No, I made a motion to accept it, and I believe council member or Mayor Pro Tem seconded it. I
I
could be
said I
wrong.
supported it. I don't know if
Okay,
we
that's why I
formally-
took it
okay,
as a
I'll
second.
second that.
Okay.
motion.
The original motion.
So now so city manager. I'm inclined to support this motion. And what Ms. Quintanilla said bears a lot of weight, because she, more than anyone else, worked a lot on the TCA issue. And I want to respect what she did, what many other members of the community did. With that being said, I spent 2 years dealing with Stan and know what Stan brought to the table and what a valuable asset he was. And now I'm looking at, additional lanes on the 5. I'm looking at a number of projects coming in this truck bypass lane. I'm looking at another, and I'm just thinking we need that expertise. However, I believe Councilmember Ferguson brings up a good point. I think we could have done a better job of communicating to the public what we were getting for our buck with all 3 of those consultants, lobbyists, whatever. So I would have a substitute motion in which I would go with voting on this evening, but with the understanding that each month council would be updated on Stan's activities.
If I can, I don't disagree with you. I think it would be more appropriate for us to align with our quarterly legislative update and include that in the update to the council as we do with the other legislative options that Mark Aprea, our lobbyist at Sacramento, is doing.
And I would also anticipate some of his activities might have to be in closed session.
Correct. We can absolutely do that
Can I
on a
get
quarterly
support
basis.
on that substitute motion?
I agree with that. And can I just say that this is probably different now, this contract, but all of our contracts with consultants before, that involved litigation. Right? So there is a reason why.
I get it.
Okay, thank you.
So the motion was to table this until the budget discussion. Was that the motion, correct?
That was my substitute motion
And
to,
then I had to substitute.
And
And
you know what?
Was there a substitute to a substitute? And what was
I
that?
will
What
accept
was the
an
second substitute?
amendment,
You
a
accept
friendly
it?
amendment.
Okay,
So it's not a substitute motion, it's the original motion, but with your comments,
okay.
conditions.
So first we have to go with the substitute
What-
motion.
I need to understand the second, your friendly amendment. What was that?
It's that the activities of Stan Oftally will be updated at the quarterly legislative update.
Whatever they are, it'll be
Whatever.
updated then.
Right. Okay.
So
Call for
that's
the question,
quarterly
please.
or monthly?
Quarterly.
At the quarterly legislative update.
So that's
we're
the
vote-
original motion,
Which one are we voting on? Substitute?
substitute?
We'll do the substitute first.
Yeah, the second substitute is one that's getting voted on. So that motion was by
There is
the
no
mayor,
There is no
second.
second.
There's no second substitute. There's just one. That was, she
It was a friendly
accepted.
motion.
she
It was a friendly
accepted
amendment
this-
to the original
the
motion.
substitute as a friendly amendment to the original motion.
But I thought, okay, I don't want to get complicated, but
It's not, it's easier that way than having all these substitute.
But I thought we got to clear this up. Councilmember Noblock, did you second?
Laura's
Councilmember
motion,
Ferguson.
yes.
So we have to vote on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the substitute motion to bring back the contracts with more specificity with regard to the scope of services. Okay, Councilmember Ferguson?
yes, but I'd like to clarify that. It also included to do that with the budget cycle, because these aren't, these
During the
contracts,
budget
this contract's not budgeted at the current time. Thank you. And I'm a yes, thank you.
Councilmember Noblock?
Yes.
Councilmember Ward?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan?
No.
Mayor James?
No.
The motion fails 2-3. Okay, so now we're going to the original motion
With a friendly amendment.
with the amendment. Councilmember Ferguson?
No.
Councilmember Noblock?
No.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan?
Aye.
And Mayor James?
All right.
Carries 3-2. Okay, next item is item M, letters of support for legislative activities. Amanda Kitnia.
Is this the legislative? Okay. Hi, council members. Sorry, I was still doing a couple things here. Regarding the legislation, I'm really concerned regarding this because it places the burden on the driver of a motor vehicle versus a dual responsibility of the driver of the the electric bike and the driver of the motor vehicle. So I'm really concerned about that. And it still restricts local control regarding the registration, and also that it still restricts it regarding the bike paths and bike trails. I had written something and I left it over there, sorry. But I'm really concerned about this legislation because it really does place the burden on that driver of a motor vehicle rather to have this 3-foot safety barrier, but there's no responsibility or accountability for the driver of the electric bike to do the same. There's fines for the driver of the motor vehicle, but there's no fines for the electric bike. So I think that's kind of discrimination. It's like you have to you're guilty, before you're even found, innocent. But I'm really concerned about this, and I hope that before you send this letter of support for 1909, AB 1909, I think that you need to review it because the things that were edited out of AB 1909 really still limits the control of the local county or the city. So I would like a no on the support letter for AB 1909, which is from Assemblymember Friedman's bill. Thank you. And the timer wasn't set, sorry.
But you're okay with 3 and 4?
Correct. It was just number 1 that I was concerned about, AB 1909.
All right, we got
Yeah.
it. Thank you.
Because it's still, it still restricts local control, and I really don't like that. Goes against our ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we have any further, do we have any further public comments?
No.
Before we have any council member comments, and I know you're going to refer over to Ms. Savage, can we talk about the status of AB 1909? Unfortunately, I asked our Assemblywoman's office to give me a call on this a week ago. I haven't heard from them, and there's been different versions of this going back and forth. And quite honestly, at this point, I am confused.
As it stands today, it's gone to the Transportation Committee and it's been referred to the Appropriations Committee. It's been revised to allow local control for the prohibition of all classifications of e-bikes. But there are some provisions that still raise some concerns, specifically from some Republicans at the state level.
All 2 or 3 of them.
What are those concerns?
The speaker was correct, the public speaker was correct that there are concerns about the provisions for passing, as well as the provisions for licensing. It takes away the city's ability to license.
And on number 2, there in AB 1946 by Borner Horvath, there is a prohibition of local communities licensing e-bikes. Is that correct?
That's in 1909. So
That's
the
in
first one,
1909.
correct.
With just that alone, I can't support it. But what I'd say is, from my perspective, I think we wait until this goes to the floor of the General Assembly and see what that final bill looks like.
That's a smart way to go, actually.
But I think that the things that we are concerned about, I think we should send that to Friedman. If we could say what our concerns are right here, I appreciate that they've been modifying it, but like you, I called the office too, and I got no call back.
That's unfortunate.
Should we talk to our legislative consultant, Mark Aprea, about how to communicate the concerns? Maybe that would be more.
I think that would be more direct.
Because that would be at her Sacramento office rather than her Laguna Niguel office. And then Ms. Savage explained 1946 to us.
That would require the CHP to provide in a public format safety and education training materials for e-bikes. Local communities would be allowed to use those or choose to provide education in a different format.
So I have, unless there's further discussion, I have a motion for us to approve M2, 3, and 4.
Second.
Was there a second on that?
Yes, there was. City Clerk?
Okay. Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward. Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
So
Carried
what do you,
5-0.
And
what
then
do
I
you
would,
propose on 1 then?
and then on 1, I think we need to just take a wait and see until it goes to the floor of the General Assembly and see what that final bill looks like. 'Cause I'm still confused, quite honest.
Is there a process to convey to Mark Aprea the concerns that we've talked about today?
And then
What's the best way to do that?
Well, I can tell you that Mark Aprea is watching our council meeting as we speak, so
Oh,
he
he
is
is?
hearing your concerns.
Can I bring up one that I have?
yes,
Hey,
Um,
Mark.
I just trying to figure out what the chair is asking to do on this. By removing class 3 bikes, the ban on them that's currently banned on all trails, including equestrian, which does not make sense to me to even list those on there because we're really going to put electric bikes that go 50 miles an hour with horses. It's almost as ridiculous as putting them on a walking path, you know. I don't know what she's trying to do, and that's what I was trying to call the office on and ask what the point is with these class 3 bikes. Because,
Mark has received your concern.
okay,
Well, if I had to venture a guess, I think the general idea is to promote the use of e-bikes and limit restrictions on e-bikes in order to promote that greater use. I'm not advocating that. I'm
No.
just saying, I'm pretty sure that's the general idea.
I get it, but she specifically calls out class 3, and that's where everyone is not having, they're worried about it because these essentially are scooters. They are not electric bikes. Class 1 and 2 are electric bikes. These are like scooters, and we ban them currently. They are against San Clemente law to even have them.
So in the
in-
interest
in
of
town.
time, can we just agree that we're going to inquire with Mr. Aprea and have him make inquiry with the Assemblywoman's
And
office?
what I can, the answer is yes. And what we can extend to council is after he has done those communications, we can set up 2x2s with council members with Mark to get an update on his findings if
Thank
the
you very
council
much.
wants that.
I just need to say one last thing. If her intent is to have them be on city streets in bike lanes, then she should say that, not to give all of these trails that she's removing the ban because the bicycle shops will just tell everyone the ban has been removed in California, and it creates a horrible position for all local control of our
Agreed.
trail system.
Thank you. Big clerk.
Next item is item O, public mural at the end of the concession facility.
No, you missed N is in November.
No, that wasn't pulled. I don't think.
That was
I don't
approved
think I have.
because no one
Oh,
pulled, no one pulled.
That's
it out.
one of the few that
Oh,
that
I-
hasn't.
I-
Yeah,
I-
well,
I-
it was two
I'm
that
gonna
were
pull that
approved.
one. I'm sorry.
N
Oh,
was-
okay.
N was pulled.
N is in November. I thought it was pulled.
You want it reconsidered? Want to-
If it's not
It
pulled,
was
oh,
technically
wait.
approved, but we can reconsider it if there's a concern that we need to address.
I have it down as being pulled, but I have it down as being pulled by the public.
Yeah, I thought it was pulled by the public.
I think you said that, Mayor.
Well, let me see here.
No, it wasn't pulled by.
I have
Anybody.
AKLMN and.
Yeah.
It was not pulled. You could still consider it. You just need to make a motion for
Can I have a
reconsideration.
motion to reconsider item 6?
Second.
And-
You made the motion. He seconded it.
Okay,
Okay, Councilmember Ferguson,
A motion to reconsider the polling of that? Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Potem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
all right.
Carries 5-0.
Here's the reason why I'm going to pull it. I have no problem with the $15,575 plus the $4,000 for the Century panels. I think that's generous. I think that's a great idea. The $1,500 in regards to the plaque of recognition, we get to the point of how many plaques of recognition are we going to have on this little small park? And I would like to submit that $1,500 that the Courtney SandCastle is so graciously offering should be used for maintenance. We have a problem in this city of donations of items, and then we end up having to pay the maintenance of them. And so my motion would be, yes, accept the $15,575 plus the $4,000 installation, but forego this additional plaque of recognition. There's multiple plaques of recognition in that park, and uses $1,500 for maintenance on the park.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
I can't believe that now we're talking about we should limit the amount of plaques. Because I think this is happening because we added a plaque years later after
I
all
get
this
it.
happened.
And when
Okay.
does it end?
It does, but why are we doing it now to these people who worked on it for so many
I
years?
think if you would go to that park and look
Yeah.
at these names, I think maybe with the exception of Laura's name, the vast majority of these people are already recognized.
There's
on-
already a plaque there from the
already-
opening.
Right.
I don't know. I can't
Every
I
single
can't
name that's
restate
on
them.
here?
The vast majority. I don't know whether we're
Yeah.
catching every name.
I
And-
just have a problem. I mean, I don't know. Laura Ferguson, didn't you work on this as an employee? In charge of
You know
helping
what?
with this?
You know what? No,
Assigned by the
on my
city?
personal time, I served as a board member for a
Okay,
year. Yes,
all
my
right.
private time.
Because I was trying to remember
No, I
from
did do,
before.
So-
my private
Is
time.
there
I
a
just,
motion on the floor?
There is a motion on the floor.
I'll second. your motion.
Thank you.
If I
Oh,
may make a
yes, please.
substitute motion,
Yes.
I'd like to move this to the April, I believe it's the April 19th meeting, so that we can provide proper notification to those who donated the money, so that they can have a say. Because we're doing this and I don't see anyone here tonight that may have proposed these. We're accepting them, right? We're accepting a panel donation, so an approval of a tile mural installation. But if we're going a different direction, then they should have the chance to comment on that.
Can we vote a friendly amendment to your substitute motion? Can we vote this evening on the $19,575 for the murals, the sensory murals?
I'm going to make a substitute motion to be considered that we accept this
Wait a minute,
as.
we now
You didn't give me an opportunity even
Oh, no, I
think
thought you
about
did.
that. I didn't say anything. I
No,
had to
When she
consider
was
it. You
talking
jumped
about
right
it,
in.
it was saying that she
I'm
wanted to.
considering
do
his
that.
friendly.
Yeah, let her consider what I just offered. her.
So, yes, I could consider that. Thank you. Yes, I
Thank you.
could.
Okay, so I want to make a substitute motion that we follow what staff has done. Again, this went through Parks and Rec through our department head. And this is what's being recommended. And they have talked to these people about this. And we should not be second guessing it. These people did a fine job on having this done. And they are leaving, unfortunately. I wish they were staying, but I understand why they're leaving. And we need to accept it and to focus on. I understand what you're saying. It's on a wall, but I believe this is going to be on like a planter within the park. And I think they deserve to have it on there. And I would like to not hear anything more about Courtney's SandCastle after this. That's my
I'll
motion.
second your motion. Just take the staff recommendation and move on.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Substitute motion, correct?
This is the second substitute, which is staff recommendation.
No.
Councilmember Noblock.
No.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
No.
Fails 2-3. So now, Councilmember Ferguson substitute motion. I didn't hear a second.
I think the mayor made the motion and with a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
And I seconded it and with a friendly amendment, and I agree with the friendly amendment.
So whoever moved it, let's restate the motion
Yeah. For the record.
with the amendment.
So to accept the $15,575 plus installation of the $4,000 for a total of $19,575 for the sensory music panels depicted in attachment 2.
And to table
The table to $1,500
till next meeting.
next meeting.
Second.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Yes.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 3-2.
That was a 4-1.
No,
4-1. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to O, public mural at the end of Pier Concession. Nikki Rathman.
Hello, Mickey Rathman, volunteer and board member with San Clemente Pier Pride. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes of the council's time on a consent calendar item. The Pier Pride organization is very enthusiastic about the public art that is going to be going up on the Snack Shack, which is getting an immense facelift. If anyone has been out to the pier recently, you've seen that work happening. And we're thrilled with our partnership with the city and to be able to do two things to help the city fulfill its goals with more public art, as well as improving the experience for our local residents and visitors of the pier. We have a special guest with us in the audience tonight. It's the individual who created the art that you see in your packet, the beautiful mural of the dory boats, as well as the nod to the historic Snack Shack. Mr. Jim Parkhurst, if you just want to come up and, I don't know, give a wave and say hey. He has also done some art on one of the utility boxes in town a number of years ago. So we just wanted to take this opportunity to celebrate some of the good things that are happening in town and to recognize Mr. Parkhurst. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. And with that, I make the motion to move this item.
Second.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, moving on to new business. First item is a report from the Public Works Director, City Engineer, concerning an update on West Coast Arborist.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. In the current fiscal year, West Coast Arborist has trimmed roughly 2,635 city trees. In addition, they've performed approximately 10 tree removals. They've also responded to a number of emergency callouts with trees down from storms and traffic accidents. And over this period of time, which is about a year, staff has received 2 complaints regarding tree work during the contract term. One complaint was initially thought to be West Coast Arborist. It was a small trimming job where some debris was left behind. After further investigation, we found that it was actually a different contractor that was doing work for us. A second complaint came in from a local restaurant on Del Mar regarding palm fronds that had been dropped on outdoor tables while West Coast Arborist was doing some trimming. The debris was cleaned up immediately, and additional attention was given by the contractor to help reduce the likelihood of future issues. West Coast Arborist workmanship and response times are in accordance with the specifications detailed in the contract. Their managers and supervisors have been responsive to requests from staff, and overall they have performed well and acted in a safe and professional manner. And that's the end of my report.
Move, we receive and file.
Second. Duncan, second.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Next item is report from the Utilities Director concerning the possibility of amending the code of the City of San Clemente as it relates to solid waste reduction and recycling.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Ravensdorf, Utilities Director. In response to Senate Bill 1383 requiring organic waste reductions from landfills to lower methane gas and greenhouse emissions from decomposed materials such as green waste and food waste. And to comply with this regulation, staff is recommending an amendment to Chapter 8.28 of the Municipal Code for Solid Waste Management and Recycling. The ordinance has been reviewed by the city attorney for compliance, and as the city council and public are becoming more aware of, both food waste and soil paper for both residential and businesses are now required to be sorted and placed within your green cart for recycling and not in your black container. The black container ends up going into the landfill. Both CR&R and city staff are educating residents and are working with businesses to gain compliance. The ordinance documents these requirements. Currently, we're at a 50% reduction in organics. By 2025, the city will be required, and this is all cities throughout the state will be required to reduce their organics by 75% and 20% food recovery for tier 1 customers such as supermarkets. The ordinance also establishes a process for notice of violation and non-compliance. So one of the biggest challenges city staff, and this is more of just a public services announcement, is dealing with food waste recycling. Odors can be created within customers' carts. The carts can be soiled. So staff had some suggestions, which will be posted on our city's website. And that is to utilize compostable bags to store your food waste when disposing in your food or your organics cart. You can layer the organics cart with newspaper, putting your food waste in between. And then you can also keep the food waste in your refrigerator and place it in a bin the night before or the day of your organics cart service. And then in addition, CR&R offers a one-time per year change out of your cart. So with that, I'll entertain any questions that council might have, and Dana McIntosh, Environmental Services Coordinator, is available for any detailed questions council might have.
Question?
Go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
I have a
Oh, you
question
do? Okay,
of staff.
Sure.
Dave, does the ordinance require us to include this section on fines and penalties for failure to comply? I know the law says we need to be doing this, but does the law require us to impose fines on our citizens if they don't strictly comply?
It is strongly recommended. I don't know if it's a full requirement by the state, but all other cities are including this within their ordinance. And so we do have challenges getting some of our businesses and residents. And as always, our first step is to educate prior to giving any notices or fines.
Yeah, my thinking on this is that when we went to the recycle, we far exceeded the state's requirements in terms of tonnage for the recycling. And I think that'll probably be the same once education comes out. What I'm concerned about is I don't like the fact that our code compliance people will be on citing people for their trash cans. I think we ought to let the education go. If that becomes a problem, then maybe we consider fines and punishment, but I'd like to prove this ordinance with the elimination of the fines and penalties provision.
Then I think staff needs to answer that,
Yeah, well-
because I was under the assumption that we were getting an employee from CR&R that was going to be doing this enforcement. It was not code enforcement.
Well, regardless of whether, I agree with your point, regardless of whether it's CR&R or whether it's code, I would do a friendly amendment and say a 1-year moratorium during the education and call that the education piece.
Excuse me, if I may, Dana McIntosh. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Enforcement is a requirement. It's an absolute, we have to have an enforcement mechanism or enforcement element. It's a mandate as part of the SB 1383.
Okay, does the follow-up question, does the enforcement provision state that the dollar amount of enforcement for fines?
No, that's per city. And like, for instance, San Juan, they even went a step further because I did have Cal Recycle ask me this if we were intending to do this. San Juan has language in theirs where they can actually step in and sign businesses up that refuse to comply without their permission.
What is the fee?
But we have to have an enforcement element.
I'm looking at the ordinance. I don't see right offhand and I can't find it.
It follows the city's municipal code. It's $100 for first violation, $200 for second, and then $500 for the third.
But what is our, for code enforcement, we're trying to get compliance, not fine people. What is our city policy of how do we do that?
Well, and I see Adam Matanian on, and so council did adopt a code enforcement policy that highlights how code enforcement reacts to complaints. Adam, do you want to give an overview of that code enforcement policy as it would apply here?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Adam Matamian, Deputy Community Development Director. So code compliance has a philosophy that is education first, and we make every attempt to gain compliance without punitive measures. It is only through the continuous non-compliance of a particular code, that we would move our enforcement into citations. But that is typically followed by notices of correction, and depending on the egregiousness of the particular act, it would be one notice of correction and then a final is typically our pattern of enforcement.
I still need to ask one question. I really thought that this was a CR&R person that was going to be going around doing compliance, and it's not code enforcement.
I thought there was.
It will not be code enforcement. It will be a CR&R. It will be me, Dana McIntosh. After CR&R has made 2 attempts, then I will go out and do a notice of noncompliance.
Okay.
After 2 attempts with CR&R.
Who's Donna McIntosh? I'm sorry.
And she's the city's environmental services coordinator, and she oversees our solid waste program.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
So
that's what
right now we have about 70% of our restaurants and commercial businesses in compliance. We sent them a notice last month, and we're sending out second notices here in April. And so Cal Recycle is pushing the city, obviously, to gain compliance. And so we're seeing an increase in compliance from our customers, but we still have a few that will be challenging to get signed up for the service.
I like the friendly amendment suggestion. I can support the ordinance with a 1-year moratorium on penalties to let the education system play out.
And I would ask staff if we're allowed to do a moratorium on.
We're still going to do enforcement.
We're modifying this ordinance so that that provision won't take effect for 1 year. So the equivalent of a moratorium.
So we would do that internally without the need to say that, correct? We're not changing our program. We're just using more compliance than fines. But
Support.
knowing.
Mr. City Attorney, can you opine on?
Yeah,
whether
I would,
that
thanks for
language
that
that Dave
opportunity,
suggested-
Mayor and Council. What you need to do is turn your attention to page 9B-32. That's the section you're talking about. And if you're going to delay enforcement, what we don't want to do is have the general penalties kick in. That's in section 1.16.010 of your code. So I would suggest that you consider, after the introduction penalty amounts for types of violation, the following text. I would add, beginning on May 1st, 2023, penalties for violations shall be as follows. And then have them follow there. So it's really clear, not just in the field, but to courts, that these don't apply until a year from May 1st.
So if I understood you correctly, we modify the language to say the penalty effect doesn't come until May
1st, 2023.
And then I'd like to amend this further and modify section C, where it has $100 for the first violation, 200 for the second, 500 for the third. I would like to change that to 50, 75, and 100.
And we do that, City Attorney.
Yeah, and you would do that here to make sure that those generic provisions don't cover what you're talking about. So yes, you have that prerogative.
Call for the vote.
Oh, we need to read the ordinance, right?
Yeah, sorry.
You want to?
Yeah, I will make a motion that we introduce ordinance 1728, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending chapter 8.28 of Title 8 of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to solid waste management, repealing chapter 8.68 of Title 8 of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to solid waste reduction and recycling, with the provision that the penalty provisions become effective first on May 1, 2023, and that the penalties assessed would be in section 8.28.210 for violation subsection C, that the first violation is 50, second violation 75, third violation is $100.
Second.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
I'm going to be an aye, but I do want to give a shout out to our solid waste management and our recycling program. Dana, great job there, particularly the cardboard dumpster that we got at City Hall. That's heavily used and a great idea. Thank you for that. And I'm an aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Awesome. Thank you.
Next item is a report from the city manager concerning the possibility of amending the code of the city of San Clemente as it relates to minimum staffing for fire emergency response.
So before you tonight, you have an ordinance per council direction to bring back that would codify the minimum staffing levels of 4 firefighters per engine or per station. And so we, the city of San Clemente, worked with OCFA. We received policy from the city of San Diego that reflected this, and that information was transferred into the draft ordinance before you tonight. And so with that, staff will conclude their report and stand ready to answer any questions. And we also have OCFA in the audience if there are any questions for our division chief, Rob Capobianco.
Oh, I'll start off. I support this, and Council Member Duncan and I, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan and I, then Council Member, discussed this months ago. I've had conversations with Chief Hennessy about this. I've had email exchanges with OCFA's first fire chief, Chip Prather, on this, and then I've spoken with just the firefighters. And if it's one thing a firefighter doesn't like, it's being on a 3-member crew. It's acceptable from an OSHA perspective. LA County runs a lot of three-member crews. But I don't think with our situation here in San Clemente, but for the grace of God, we have avoided a major catastrophe, as Mike has pointed out to us today. And all you have to do is what I did: walk down one trail to find a lot of danger out there. And so I thank Mayor Pro Tem for bringing this up. I seconded that motion. I will support this motion this evening.
Question of staff? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
Question, staff?
Yeah. I nodded, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time understanding why we're putting this in an ordinance scenario. Currently, we're following the OCFA standards of their recommended standard of 4-person per engine, correct?
That's correct.
So did the OCFA by county ordinance or otherwise dictate the 4-person, or was that their recommendation based on their safety standards?
I'm gonna wing it, and Rob can smack me if I'm incorrect, but it was at the recommendation of OCFA to improve our delivery to our community to add a 4th firefighter to the one station that only had 3 because of service outages when one of them would get on the ambulance, go to the hospital, and then that unit would be taken out of service, and that would then require Dana Point or another station to respond to calls for that station.
And we're currently doing that, right?
We currently have 4 firefighters on all.
So we're currently complying with OCFA's requested standard.
Correct.
If OCFA tomorrow decided they needed 5 or 3, we would have to not simply comply with their standard, we'd have to change a municipal ordinance.
That's correct.
So I guess I'm asking, why do we need an ordinance to do this? They've already made the request. We're actually doing it. I think when you brought this up, Chris, if I'm not mistaken, you said something about you were concerned that this could be changed by some future council or something along those lines. And I just wondered why we're putting this thing that has been requested, we've complied with it, why we're putting it in an ordinance. I don't understand that part of it.
Well, there have been occasional calls for budgetary reasons and others to reduce the trucks, or engines to 3. This was really just to provide stability and consistency. I think the answer is in the fact that the mayor, like I have talked to firefighters, former fire captains, and everyone on down the line says this is a great idea. We want this consistency. We want to know that this is going to be the standard, that it's not going to be changed because of some changed circumstances or for budget reasons. We know And we can now allocate our resources knowing in San Clemente, we're going to have 4 firefighters on an engine and not a truck. It's really for that consistency and to lay down that standard so that it's not something that's subject to change later, because it could be changed at any point right now, even though we are compliant currently with the
And
standard.
the-
Remember,
the-
it allows for 2 paramedics,
Right.
which is actually results in more efficient service than 3. So you
But it
actually
could be
get quicker
changed,
response.
it could be changed by the OCFA tomorrow as well.
They would have to adopt firefighting
Well, no,
codes
they-
throughout
they-
the
they
entire
can-
state for that to
They
happen.
they have the ability to say 4, just like they said 4 when it was 3 for a
It's the
long
entire
time.
state.
So I guess my question is, they've set a standard, we're complying with the standard. And you mentioned questions at budget hearings about reduction. I don't recall it last year even. I asked a simple question about the need for that. Is that what you're referring to?
I can't remember. I don't recall you actually.
That was
doing
the only question I think that was asked about it last year, and it wasn't a suggestion to eliminate firefighters. So I guess I'm just wondering the efficacy and the need to have a municipal ordinance to set a staffing standard that could be changed tomorrow by OCFA.
Well, again, I think it solidifies San Clemente's commitment to our OCFA firefighters and management personnel that allows them to know that, moving forward, they're going to be able to make staffing decisions, knowing in San Clemente it's going to be 4, and that they, that potential question that it could be changed at some point is taken off the table.
I think.
I don't see how it hurts. It's roundly supported by everyone, but I appreciate your concerns. I mean, I'm going
I
to
think
support
your
it. because
comment,
that's
I just want to comment, you said it shows our commitment. I think our commitment to the OCFA and to the job that they do is unquestioned by anybody. To suggest that we need this to show our commitment has been historic. We've had OFA doing this function for what, decades now. And I just don't see the need of staff time and energy, and potentially if OCFA decides the standard needs to be changed in the future, to us to have to modify an ordinance. I think it's I just don't see the need for it.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to doing for it. We've already done it.
I'll go ahead and make the motion unless anyone else.
Please go ahead.
I have a
Comments,
question.
please.
Thanks. It's for our fire chief. Could I ask you a question? My question is the percentage of calls that our crews respond to in San Clemente for fires versus the medic calls?
Sure. On average, I don't know the specific number for the city. I'd have to look that up for you, and I can. But about 85% of our calls are EMS related.
Okay, all right. And I'm thinking back when I was an employee, we had a grant, OCFA provided a grant for the 4th firefighter. I can't remember how many years, do you know how long that grant, that 4th position was funded by OCFA before we showed our commitment and then took over that funding?
Right.
I want to say it's 8.
It was an 8-year transfer. It started with OCFA funding all 3 positions for the first year. And then every year it slowly transitioned. It transitioned the funding of those from a overtime position, so a non-benefited full-time employee position, and then transferred that to a full-time employee position. Then it went to the city's responsibility. And so over the next 4 years, it will slowly transition to fully funded by the city of San Clemente.
Okay.
And for the first 3 years, the majority of the funding was by the OCFA.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Sure.
I appreciate your input on that.
Mayor, was there a second to that motion?
I haven't done the motion yet.
Oh,
We
okay.
have to read the.
Sorry.
Rob, do you have anything else to say about this?
I think that the one thing I would say is, as the OCFA, we recognize that an ordinance can be overturned or modified at any time in the future. What this does is it's really twofold. It sends a clear message to the public as well as to your firefighters that you've heard them say public safety must be a budgetary and policy priority. It also identifies that a reduction in crew staffing as an item should not be considered by future city councils. Once again, recognizing that this ordinance can be overturned or modified in the future.
So
All right, I'll move that we find that the ordinance is not subject to the requirements of CEQA for the following reasons. The ordinance does not qualify as a project under CEQA because the ordinance will not result in a direct and reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. And the ordinance is exempt under state CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3, the general rule exemption, because it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the ordinance will have a significant effect on the environment. And two, introduce ordinance number 1729 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adding chapter 8.14 to the San Clemente Municipal Code regarding minimum staffing for fire emergency response vehicles and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act.
Second. Oh, go ahead.
No, go
No,
ahead,
you
please.
didn't.
It's your second. Go ahead.
On the, it's been seconded?
Yes.
To the motion, just
Co-second.
let me say, again, I don't see the need to pass an ordinance. I'm supportive of the four. I have been, and we've already done that. So I don't oppose the ordinance. I just think it's unnecessary and will probably make us go through the time and expense of modifying this in the future. I appreciate the captain's comments, but in fact, the council can change its policy in the future. Not that we would want to or need to, but I'm supportive of the ordinance. I just don't see the necessity for it.
Point of clarification, chief.
Chief, oh, excuse me, chief. What did I not say chief?
Said captain.
Oh, excuse me, chief. So I can support the motion.
Okay, thank you. City clerk.
Yes. Councilmember Ferguson.
I'm committed to the four on the fire vehicles. But I want to maintain flexibility. We're going to be seeing even further inflation, and I've remained committed to public safety, but I just don't see the need for an ordinance. I want to retain the flexibility in our budget in future years down. So I'm a no.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
I'm going to vote aye because our calls have gone up 95% since to the year 2000, but our stations have not. And we need to have that fourth firefighter to help us with the wall time at the hospital.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 4-1. Next item is a report from the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Director concerning the placement of a memorial for Don Hansen at the pier.
Any public comment?
No.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I move this and just move the item? We have a staff report. We don't need a presentation.
Well, actually.
Go ahead. If you
there's
want to do a
there needs-
presentation.
There needs to be some discussion here.
Okay.
I thought council's direction was for a bench to be placed on the pier. So that would change it from $1,300 to $2,500.
But this has gone through staff and we have a program for benches and that's what they looked at and it came back with,
That's
it's not a
not what
bench.
council direction was, though.
Okay. One of the problems is we are making motions and decisions on the fly here. And it's going against policies and programs that we have.
Well, then,
And I don't know why there's an issue with the bench. Staff determines whether there is room for a bench in an area or not.
I
and
disagree.
under the program.
I think council directs staff. Doesn't go there.
But is there a problem with this? Because I actually think it's nicer than that.
Well, let's have the report from Ms. Wiley.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor James and Council. Samantha Wiley, Beaches, Parks and Recreation Director. So before you tonight is a council requested item to look at a memorial bench or some kind of object in honor of Don Hansen, who was a longtime resident and major contributor to many of the activities on the pier dating back to the 50s. Council did mention a bench. Staff reviewed that request, and I want to be clear. The bench would be a $2,500 donation. That aligns very similar to the next time that we're going to look at is Jim Dahl's bench. It's $2,500. And if council does so desire, we would be able to find a place on the pier. We don't currently have any pier locations that are available, but if council wanted to give staff that direction to put a bench in, then we certainly will find it. We're cognizant always about the number of benches that we put on the pier, because we don't want to take away the railing space that is so valued by many of the fishermen and fisherwomen that are out there on a day-to-day basis. So that's the mindfulness of when we place a bench on the pier. They very rarely come up as available options for even the care program. And the last bench we did was in honor of Bill Hart, and that happened to be a bench that was already not part of a memorial program. So that it kind of worked in that sense. So the bench is an option. Again, the staff will do whatever we can to find a good location on the pier if that's council's desire. The staff recommendation is something that's a little different. It aligns with the existing pier interpretive signage that's out there. Pier Pride donated a number of these, what they call rail cuffs, in replacement of the long-standing interpretive signage that was out there for a number of years. This concept mirrors that. It's the same exact design. The recommendation is to take this rail cuff that would be at the end of the pier, which is where Don Hansen's business was for a number of years. It's where he operated. Dana Wharf originally was based off the San Clemente Pier. And that goes to kind of the history of the municipal pier, that you could go catch a commercial fishing boat. And then eventually Don led into commercial whale watching as well off the San Clemente Pier. So this concept kind of gives an opportunity to tell that story and reflects the history of what the pier is, but also honors Don's many contributions to the San Clemente Pier and its longstanding history. The bench would be something very similar. If that's council's direction, we would reach out to the family and get some specific language that they would want included, but it wouldn't necessarily tell a whole story and give some more insight on background of what Mr. Hansen contributed. So staff is absolutely ready and willing to do either or, whatever council decides. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
So Samantha, here's where I would go with this. I think we committed to the family about a bench. However, if you want to go back to the family, Donna or whoever in the family, and have a discussion about what they see as what they would like to see, and if they come back and tell you they want a plaque, well then I'm willing to give you that leeway. But if they want a bench, based on everything Don Hansen did for this community, I think they need a bench. But let's put it in the hands of the family.
Gene, was the prior council recommendation specifically for a bench?
It
Refresh
was.
my memory.
It was.
Why did it change?
I don't know.
Samantha, can you answer why that was changed?
Yeah, staff reviewed it, and I apologize. When we look at our benches, again, there's not an available bench. In our care program, we don't typically just add additional benches, because then it can sometimes open up a very broader discussion of when is an appropriate time to put a bench and what place to put a bench. So that there was an alternate discussion that talked about if it's about recognizing Mr. Hansen's service and his contributions. This is in honor of that. It's a very different spin on that, but it still would be placed on the pier and could potentially still be a space for the family to come and reflect, as it would be in the exact location of where the boat area previously was at the end of the pier as well.
My thinking is, of all the people in San Clemente that have had a major impact in the history of the city, Don Hansen is certainly one of the premier gentlemen. His business was on the pier, right at the end of the pier. I'm in support of spending extra $1,200 and having a relaxing place for people to sit and honor him at the same time. So I would support a modification and instruct staff to place a bench.
Okay, my perspective is I very much appreciate staff's cognizance of adding an extra bench in that very limited space out there. We did have clear council direction. So I think maybe when this comes up in the future, if we had the two alternatives, right? So you had those staff recommendation alternatives. So the bench, but making us aware of all of the challenges with the bench. And actually probably going back to city council and say, you picked a spot because there's no bench there, right? So you're going to have to help us and make the determination, where's this going to be? And then it's on us if we're blocking fishermen. And then you could also make the rail cup option and say, hey, if you don't want to deal with that, here's your other option. So just as a point of reference there. I think I would like to see the family make the call. Maybe they'll like the rail cup, but they have the option of the bench as well. And then we go down that road. So I think that's what I'd like to see happen.
Okay, so I'll call for the question.
On that issue, I'm a little embarrassed to go back to the family and say, the bench is $2,500.
Oh, it's nothing to do with the cost.
They recommended a Pier rail cut as opposed to a bench. What do you want to, we're doing this to honor them. I don't know that I'd be embarrassed to go back to them and ask them.
I agree. Let's go with the bench.
Can we clarify whether staff has talked to the family? Samantha? 'Cause we're making a lot of.
I've not been able to reach out to or connect with Donna. I'm happy to do so, but again, I'm happy to put a bench out there and we can look at the same location that the rail cup was in, if that's the desire of the council.
Okay.
Was there a motion?
I told Donna we were going to put a bench there.
I'll make a motion. We place a
But
bench in his honor.
Can she have the option of hearing about this? Because I actually thought it was fantastic because a bench just has his name on it. And this has everything about, people go around and read those. And when I saw that was gonna be there, I actually thought it was better because people could see what he did.
I'm going to amend my motion. I make the motion that we place a bench in honoring Don Hansen. And that prior to its installation, we give the city, the family members a choice. Would they prefer a rail cut? And then we go with the rail cut, but we just install the bench subject to their veto.
Can I have a second? Second, thank you.
Call for the question.
Call for the question.
Councilmember Ferguson,
This is Steve's no block, Councilmember no blocks. Okay, yes.
Councilmember Noblock,
Yes.
Councilmember Ward,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James.
All right.
Carries 4-1.
We should be able to get this meeting done quickly.
We're there.
We're there. Please.
Okay, next item is a report from the Beaches, Parks and Recreation Director concerning the placement of a memorial bench for Jim Dahl at the municipal golf course.
Again, do we need a staff report? I'll make the motion. We already discussed this.
And the only thing we need, I have one question of Ms. Wiley. Have you spoken with Alice Dahl on what placement she wants that bench?
So she's not come up with a decision on that. I know that she was speaking to other family members, and also I've spoken to the Exchange Club, and they are, I think, guiding her through that decision of where is an appropriate location on the golf course. So as soon as I hear back from the family, we will place that wherever they desire.
So I'll make the motion to approve a bench installation at the San Clemente Municipal Golf Course in honor of former mayor and council member Jim Dahl, and a one-time supplemental appropriation amount of $2,500 to WBCARE program, account number 001-00-21563.
Second.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
All right.
And that reminds me on the previous, for Don Hansen, is the budget, you also approved the
Approve the
supplemental
budget as-
appropriation,
as
correct?
cited.
That was part of the motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Next item, item F is resolution supporting an end to the COVID-19 state of emergency and calling upon the California Legislature to revoke the governor's emergency powers.
So move.
Second.
Can I have some comment? I have a
Yes.
question of staff. And actually, this is the city attorney. If the council removes the state of emergency order, there are powers that are granted to the city under that order. Would we be able to still waive all of our alcohol rules and our parking rules and allow outdoor dining in our public right of way and our parking spaces without this order in place.
This is just a resolution support of.
Steve, I'm asking a question before we do this. Let me
Please,
ask
City
the
Attorney-
question.
City Attorney?
Yeah, so this resolution rejects the notion of the ongoing, it doesn't enact insubordination to preemptive state law. So the state laws will still remain in effect. This just takes issue with the concept of them. So it really has no effect in terms of reversing the opportunities and the statutory platforms that you mentioned there.
So
I'm
by how
sorry,
you said that,
Councilmember.
we're just saying, we're taking it off, but it's not really off. That's still on. The state laws are still on the books, but we are under an emergency order.
This rejects the notion. It doesn't purport to contravene the preemptive state orders. So it's just rejecting the idea of
Okay.
it, not it.
Where does it say that it rejects the idea of it? Because I
It-
think it should say that.
That's an important part. So if you look at therefore be it resolved,
Mhm.
it says the city of San Clemente hereby rejects the notion
Thank
of an ongoing state of emergency.
Okay. So we wouldn't be in danger of losing any of the abilities that we have been given.
No,
On this
I don't
whole thing that
believe
we're
so.
not gonna
This is
follow
just a proclamation of opposition to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. I wanted to make that sure before we all voted for that, and we were giving up all the rights that we have by virtue of this order.
So we have a motion and we have a second.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock. Councilmember Ward.
I will pass to the end.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
No.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
No.
Carries 3-2. Oral Communications Part 2. I don't have any cards.
I think I saw one.
If you already talked on it.
I believe you spoke during Oral Communications Part 1. You can only speak under Oral Communications one time.
No.
It's against council policy.
So
they probably spoke on a specific issue and then also an oral communication.
If it's agendized, you can come up. Otherwise, no.
Okay, city manager.
I have a couple of things very briefly and quickly. Kate, if you could bring that flyer up, please. So I'd updated the council. I know that there was some communication about 3 weeks ago that we had to close Vista Hermosa Sports Pool on Monday mornings. And I want to commend Samantha Wiley, working with finance and HR to come up with some solutions to reverse that, which we have begun opening on Mondays now. But one of the things that BPR is also doing is a on-scene hiring event on April 23rd from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And at this job fair, there will be the option, not the option, there'll be the opportunity for employees to fill out an application, take the swim test, do an interview, and get a conditional offer on the spot. And we'll be promoting both hiring of lifeguards, water safety instructors, and head lifeguards. And I'm really happy with the solution that HR, finance, and BPR came up with as they approached the pay grades for these lifeguards that reflect within our salary grades that are already approved. We'll be doing some significant promotions with the local colleges, as well as some social media to promote individuals to come to this. But it's a great opportunity for 16 and over to get a job that starts off at $16.14 an hour. And it's important to note that after their first 100 hours, they will automatically get a 5% raise and go to $16.95 an hour. And that is something that I've communicated to the council, that the next step is looking at broadening the hours at Ole Hansen Beach Club, as well as trying to close the gap of 12 to 3 p.m. at Vista Hermosa, which is currently closed. As I've communicated before, this is not the only city that's dealing with this issue. It is a nationwide issue that relates to many positions. And we're looking at creative ways to promote and incentivize candidates. So we'll see how this goes, but I wanted to commend staff on that. Also, I'll announce under my city manager comments, 2 contracts. MSW Consultants for solid waste procurement assistance for 25 grand. And as Councilmember Ferguson mentioned earlier, Confidence Consulting for strategic priorities workshop and planning facilitation for $10,000. I also have Kyle Koger on. I'm looking for him. He'll give a quick update to the T Street Bridge. We know that we've received some comments via social media, as well as the not the Mariposa, excuse me, the Montalvo Bridge. And what was the other bridge, Kyle? I'm forgetting it all of a sudden. Riviera. And so Kyle, if you can give an update on those 3, please.
I'll start with Montalvo Canyon Riviera. We hired a structural engineer in late 2021 to do an assessment of both those bridges. Both those bridges are in excellent shape, but their coatings have basically run their lifespan. So we got some recommendations of how to do the maintenance repairs, just basically do some sandblasting and recoating of both bridges. I will be bringing this item in the CIP budget for next fiscal year. We're estimating the cost about $400,000. That would be total for both bridges. If it's approved, we already have the specs and all in place. We can go out to bid and hopefully get to work pretty soon on it. But they are in pretty good shape. The T Street Bridge, we had someone took a photograph a couple of weeks ago of spalling of concrete on the bridge. I went out and looked at it, and we're going to have a structural engineer come out next week and look at it, and he'll bring out a hammer and do some soundness testing on the bridge and look at it. He wasn't greatly concerned about what he saw. I think we're fine. The bridge, I think, is in decent shape, but it is starting to show some wear. I'd like to next CIP budget put some money aside to do a more thorough assessment of the bridge, and then put some repair costs together, and then the following year go out with a little construction project. I say little, it could be $1 million or $2 million to go through and do some rebar repair, decking repair, other structural repairs. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have one there.
Please go ahead.
Kyle, would that be included for that bridge? Would that be in our, it's not a CIP budget item, is it?
Yes, for T Street and for Montalvo and Riviera, I would put them all as CIP.
Okay, so we're going to see that in this coming budget? Okay, that was my question is it's going to be coming up in the budget. So I appreciate that. Okay. Great.
I have a question.
Please.
Thank you. You may have heard saw some emails from Eric Ward. He's a mechanical engineer, retired. He's taken an interest in the bridges and the maintenance issues or lack thereof. But he couldn't be here tonight, but he provided some really good questions. I'm hoping you could help answer them on the T Street Bridge, because we all saw the pictures on social media. I'm really happy that you shared and relieved that you don't see too large of a danger with that. So thank you for sharing that. And the structural engineer next week, will that structural engineer provide a memo for us or a report?
He'll put a report together. They'll probably have 2 of them come out, really give the bridge a pretty thorough look over. Like I said, they'll take actually hammers and start kind of hitting, they'll look for like hollow spots and that type of thing. And then they'll provide a memo of going forward.
Okay, very good. But if I may, how old is the T Street Bridge?
I don't know. I didn't look it up. I apologize.
I'm just going to go through his questions, just a few questions, since he couldn't be here tonight. He's been so involved in this and provided his very helpful expertise. When was it last inspected?
I can't say that either. I know Caltrans inspects most of their bridges on a 2-year cycle, and going forward, I would like to do the same for ours.
Okay, Caltrans. And then the repair plan and cost estimate, would this inspector that's coming out next week provide that for us? A repair plan and
He's going to look to see the immediate, what condition the bridge is in. I think we need to do a little bit more thorough analysis going forward to determine the repairs for future years.
okay, so do we know the expected future life of the bridge?
No, ma'am, not yet. Not until we do some more looking around.
Perhaps that inspector can determine whether all that for us and maybe provide that so we can give that to the public as well.
Yeah, some of the issues that we're seeing with the bridge, and this is pretty common in a marine environment, is when you have concrete with rebar inside, concrete naturally cracks. You get these little tiny cracks that develop. You get the salt air, the marine spray inside. It finds the rebar starts to rust and expand. Obviously, some of the rebar is already rusting and expanding, but you can actually go in and chip off some of this concrete and repair the rebar and actually get some more useful life out of it.
Okay, thank you. And when the railroad, I have this last question here. Does the city of San Clemente get inspection information from the railroad on the condition of their bridges in San Clemente?
Not to my knowledge, but I could definitely ask.
Okay, well, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
No, I just want to, quick comment on the pool system. You know, we've got the summer months are coming. We're going to have a heat wave later this week and we're entering the hot months. And I just want to encourage, I appreciate the job fair and the job promotion. Boy, I would just say, if you have to up the hourly rate, we need to get those pools open for our people. They're
So-
both the Ole Hansen and Mr. Hermosa.
Correct. As I indicated, my priority is to bring more hours to Ole Hansen with more pool staff being hired, as well as the bridging the gap of 12 to 3 at Vista.
Yeah, I just wanted to put an exclamation mark on that and say that's so
Appreciate it.
crucial. That's
It sounds like Councilmember Noblock's ready to put on the red shorts and.
Take the swim
well, you know,
Get out there
if I
and do
thought I
some
was,
laps.
if I was skilled for it, I might, but I'm not sure I am.
Going back to maintenance, I forget whether I brought up your maintenance program last time. If I didn't, did I bring it up last time? Please, I think we need to look at, what's the program called?
You're referring to our Lucity CMMS
Lucity,
program.
Thank you. Does the public have access to Lucity? I'm told they don't.
I don't believe so. It's an internal tool, but there are reports that can be generated out of Lucity that can be to the benefit of the public, but currently it's an internal tool for both utilities and maintenance.
Because I think there's a perception among some in the community that we have no maintenance program on anything. And I know that's not true, but I think we need to get out the word that things are on a recurring maintenance schedule. Although the Mariposa Bridge may have been an exception to that. But I think somehow or another, we need to bring some transparency to our capital resources and how we're maintaining them.
I think it's a great idea. If the council was amenable, we could at a future council meeting schedule a special presentation to basically show the Lucity CMMS tool to the council and the public and show what we're tracking and how we record it and keep that data. Absolutely.
Do I have support on that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That concludes city manager comments.
Enough of that tonight. Thank you.
Council members?
Yeah, just one comment. We, a week or two ago, discussed having the desalination project, getting a presentation. I saw that it was not scheduled for the next meeting on the 19th. Will that be coming up soon, Mr. City
Yeah,
Manager?
the one thing we don't do, Councilmember Nowak, and I neglected to tell you this today, is we don't list presentations in future budget or future council meetings in that schedule, but I am told that it is, and we'll get confirmation tomorrow that it's on track for the 19th.
For next week.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Not next week.
The 19th.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Oh, thanks, Mayor James. Yeah, I wanted to ask the city manager about the contracts. I do look at the contracts that he posts, since as you know, I did bring that item forward to have all the contracts he initiates and signs outside of council meetings, and there's quite a few, but there's one recently that was announced, and I looked at it. It was an investigative company that was hired to investigate an employee complaint. Who was the complaint against?
On personnel matters, we don't discuss those in public. They're confidential. So if you'd like to have a conversation in private, we can discuss that, but that's something that we don't typically.
Okay. Would you talk to me and you'd answer my questions though?
Absolutely, if you'd
Okay.
like to have a
All right, I'm
briefing.
going to call you and find out because I'm curious because this is a company that a prior interim city manager had hired and I didn't know about it. And I know I looked at the San Clemente Municipal Code and in the city manager duties, it's the city manager's duty to inform council when there's a complaint and claims. And I wasn't informed of this one. So I found it surprising when I went to the website and saw this company be hired for an amount of $25,000 to look into an employee complaint of discrimination and retaliation. So I don't know about it, but you need to let us know about these things because that's a violation of the San Clemente Municipal Code and then also the personnel policy 16.9. So I'm going to call you on that and I hope you'll be honest and provide that to me. I need more details on that because that's my duty as a council member. I'm duty bound to know what's going on in this organization. So I'll call you tomorrow. Actually, I'll be at City Hall to meet with the strategic planning consultant. So I'll see if you're in. And then secondly, since we have a viable project submitted to the city, not saying it's going to be approved, but I just like to agendize on the next council meeting for this council to again consider rezoning that hospital property on Las Maris to its original form. I know I had suggested that a year ago, but I'd like to do that again now that there is a viable submission. And that's all I have. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Do I have support to bring that to the April 19th meeting by anyone?
I'd like to ask a question regarding that. We have a town hall coming up on the hospital, and what's will that address the zoning issues relating to that land?
No.
So I can answer that. No, that will not. That will be talking about the future of healthcare services in the city of San Clemente. To Council Member Ferguson's point, we have an application in from Memorial Care to do affordable housing on that site. And as part of that application hearing process, it will be going through the Planning Commission and eventually the City Council, and that will require a rezone of that property to complement the applicant's wants of doing affordable housing there. And so that would be something that would be occurring naturally as part of the application that Memorial Care has submitted.
And what's the timeframe on that?
Just to
I'm not sure
clarify,
what-
it's
where
senior
that's
housing.
at in the,
Senior housing, yes.
And
I'm not
healthcare
sure
services.
where that is in the process. Is that application coming up soon? Is it very preliminary or is it making some progress or?
They've submitted a formal application, so it's not preliminary, but it has not received even one comment letter from staff. So you're still several months away.
Okay, thank you.
So
I think in light of that, Council Member Ferguson, that request would involve a zone change. Does that address your concern or are you suggesting we change it prior to even
I
that hearing?
suggest change it prior to expedite the project. So
Mayor, if I could just interject,
Please.
the proposal's inconsistent with the prior zoning. It
Yes.
was commercial, which would not allow what they're proposing. So we need you to clarify
That's
how
what,
that
And
that's what we
doesn't the
just heard.
proposal
It was
have
that the
healthcare
application
services
would
as well?
require a zone
Oh,
change,
I'm
right?
sorry.
I think so, but housing was prohibited in the prior zoning. That's why we're
Okay,
off in this new
I see.
direction.
Thanks for clarifying. But half of it's healthcare, correct?
Not half of it, no.
Services?
No.
About how much? What
Oh,
percentage?
I would say,
7,500 square feet.
yeah, I would say a very
7,500.
small percentage of the footprint of the overall.
And it's about
property.
6.5 acres. Okay, so, and when will that be again, city manager?
As assistant to the city manager indicated, it'll be a few months before it goes through the process.
Okay, any timeline, 2023, 2022?
I
No?
would hope that we would have something before the planning commission before the end of the calendar year for
Okay,
sure.
well, that could be acceptable. I just am tired of, and to the community too, seeing the blight for 7-8 years. And I just wanted to propose possibly expediting that, but yeah, that can be done in the process and that seems most fitting. So I could be amenable to that.
You're good?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, have anything?
Other council members first on council comments.
I'd like to make a comment. It's difficult to sit here as a council member and listen to over and over things being talked about that shouldn't be talked about, disparaging staff, talking about whatever. We're supposed to be cognizant and respectful of everyone's time, including everyone that's in the audience and anyone that's watching on television. Tonight has just been terrible. And I'm asking the mayor and the rest of the council, please take control of it. And we don't have this. If the city attorney has to step in or you have to step in, we can't do it because we aren't leading the meeting. We have to have that. It's not good for the public to hear all of these gripes and things being brought up over and over, every item being pulled on the agenda and then discussed of just whatever gripe you have when it's some of it's not even relevant. What just came up now is I want to expedite a project. That has been submitted. We shouldn't be talking about any project here that it still has to go to the planning commission. We shouldn't be discussing it. This shouldn't be happening right now. We can't be looked at as if we are trying to advocate for a project that has not gone to the planning commission yet. There's just things that we shouldn't be doing. And I just please ask the council to be more cognizant of that. And I've seen it happen too many times tonight. And I'm asking you, this meeting could have been done by 8 o'clock. And there was a lot of comments made about trying to do our meetings more efficiently. But what I saw tonight is not going to get it done.
If I may, Mayor?
No, you don't have the floor.
I just wanted to, when I can, thank you.
Are you still-
When you're ready.
No, I was trying to talk about an item and I've just now been cut off.
Oh, sorry.
I don't have it. I had one item that came up and now I don't have it, but that's going to be my comment for tonight. This meeting was terrible of what I heard, the conduct of city council. And it really does need to change.
Okay.
I may. I
Will
just,
it be short?
thank you. I will be short. I just
you.
wanted to note that it's only 8:41 and it's been a very efficient meeting that you ran, Mayor James. And Mayor Ward, your meetings went past 11. So I did want to point that out. This has been an extremely efficient meeting. Thank
I
you.
rest my case as to how we talk to each other with that comment.
Okay.
You can censure me again.
Respond to, and I'll be brief. Earlier this evening, we had a council member say, I don't want to hear about this item anymore. If a particular council member was the potentate of this organization, she would have the ability and power and authority to say that, but she doesn't. There are 5 people representing the entire city, so I think it's appropriate that items come up. And quite frankly, I'm very pleased with how the meetings have gone this year. I don't think we've gone past 9 o'clock once. It's 8:40. I don't think last year we got out before 11 o'clock once. So I'm pleased with the time we're making, the progress we're making in expediting our hearings. So, Mr. Mayor, I want to congratulate you on a job well done.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
One item, and I'm a big fan of the OCTA. We've talked a little bit about the OCTA, the Orange County Transportation Authority tonight. And that is our actual regional transportation planning agency, not the TCA. And they've done a lot of good work, including involving the cooperative agreement that is going to go a long way to prevent a toll road through our city. But I am concerned about a project that has been introduced and discussed in Dana Point regarding the railroad. It's called Sarah Siding, like Junipero Sarah Siding. And the discussion item is double tracking the rail by Capo Beach. And I think that inevitably, even though it's talked about in Dana Point, would involve North Beach potentially too. The idea is that there is a bottleneck there and need to have more potential for traffic. That concerns me greatly. We have a very, very distressed area of the beach. And I've got serious concerns about whether, whether a project like that makes sense, especially as we've seen in our own area with the slope failure at Cotton Point, Cypress Shores. So what I would ask for is support to contact the Orange County Transportation Authority, potentially have them provide a briefing to us on the project, just so we have visibility. We're not, making a decision one way or the other, but we haven't heard anything about it, and inevitably would have a great effect, I think, on our area, particularly in North Beach. And I'd like to kind of understand where that project is, where they think it's going, because it's not just Dana Point. It's certainly involves us and San Juan Capistrano, I think, ultimately. So I'd ask for support to get a briefing from
I think
OCTA.
that's a great idea. Do we have an appointed liaison to the OCTA?
No, that's selected regionally. And so I think it's still Joe Mueller in Dana Point is our regional. Is that
5th district.
Is
Okay, well,
that,
I'd support the request to have a presentation on that. I think that's very important. to our
is
city.
Joe still the
Huge
correct?
Correct.
Oh,
And-
let's
and
ask you.
Well-
Are their meetings the same night as our meeting?
I don't know. They're typically in the afternoons, but I wanted to clarify for Mayor Pro Tem Duncan. You talked about council briefings, but I think you meant coming and doing a presentation to both the council and the public as it relates to Sarah siding, just to confirm.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm not opposed to 2x2s.
Would you like to
before
have
that.
briefings first before? a
Probably,
presentation?
maybe.
Okay.
And then that way, when we got into it, we would have that background. That makes sense if that's something that they're amenable to as well.
Absolutely, they would be
Okay.
amenable to that.
I've heard rumors about some things coming out of Sandag that I think we need to confirm those rumors because they are scary, because their plans start at Del Mar and go to the San Diego Orange County line, which is our town.
Yeah, I've heard that they're in their mindset. It's like the toll road was 5 years ago. We were going through and I've heard the same thing, that it's going to be double tracked all the way up. It's inevitable. It's got to happen. So
Who are you hearing
I'm
that from?
concerned.
Who are you hearing that from, Councilmember Noblock?
Well, just, I don't
Just in
recall, but
comments?
during the, particularly during the shore cliffs, there's the Cypress Shore issue. All the people and there
That
were people
I know
from-
about, but
from
I don't know
from
about the Del Mar.
OCTA,
down.
the county,
I heard it from
from Metrolink. There were a bunch of people.
I heard it from an Orange County, excuse me, a San Diego County elected official. and That's
Mm.
as far as I'll.
So you're talking about rail, when you're talking about
Double
Sandag.
railing.
Right. And city manager, that brings up a question. Jim Dahl told me at one point in time, he was our representative on Sandag. What happened to our representation with Sandag? Because it really impacts us.
I would look to the city clerk as to who are appointed representatives for Sandag. I don't know.
He wasn't here for the
council-
city. He somehow got to stay on Sandag after he was not a council member. We don't have a city
That's
representative.
why I understand that.
Okay.
And now my question is, why don't we?
I don't have the answer to that. I'd have to do some research and follow up
Can-
with
can
you.
we find out?
Absolutely. Could we agendize that for the next meeting for discussion
Yeah.
and maybe make an appointment?
So
If they would accept it.
But this
Yeah, we
double
don't know.
railing thing, the beach trail was originally built to derail the trail.
Yeah.
To kill the second railing. Now we have the trail and we're
We're-
talking
we're-
about second rail again. It's like,
It's back to the
Deja
future a little
vu.
bit. Yeah. And so I just think we need more visibility about this project. It's a little surprising that we haven't heard much more since it so impacts us and it's such an important thing to our
Yeah,
residents.
yeah,
So
absolutely.
that's what I'm looking for, just
absolutely.
more information so we understand what they're looking at. But it is a double tracking project.
So I have a comment. I wasn't planning on having a comment, but due to the conversation we've had this evening, I feel obligated to make this comment. I think every council member comes here with their own perspective and their own opinion on how they best represent the people. Certainly, sometimes I don't like some of the things I hear. But they were elected. They were elected for a period of 4 years. And they'll have, when they stand for reelection, they have to stand by their comments. And that's the only safety valve there is. And I think this evening we had a productive meeting. As a result of operating within the confines of the Brown Act, sometimes the sausage making we have at this dais doesn't look all that great. It looks awkward. It looks like we don't know what we're talking about. Well, guess what? We get here and we don't have a good idea of what our other council members are thinking. Consequently, the sausage making at this dais looks chunky, looks awkward. But I think the more awkward we look, actually, the more it establishes the fact that we haven't been communicating with each other. We're not coming here with a majority vote in our pockets. So I think every council member comes here with their own perspective and their own way of how they want to operate. And I don't think, short of giving away trade secrets or giving away city secrets, I'm not inclined to hit the gavel and tell council members they can't talk. And so consequently, I may let things go a little more than someone else would. And that's just the way I've been handling the meetings. Last thing I want to talk about. So Mr. Malamud got up and called us cowards earlier today. I am fully in favor of discussing the doxing issue, the whatever you want to call it, with the in the wake of the censure. I'm fully in favor of, and I would prefer discussing it in public. And if there's no litigation pending, I think we should. But quite honestly, one of the speakers tonight certainly indicated that there was litigation. So with that, I would make a motion that we discuss this issue in open session.
Is this an appropriate time to discuss it? We're awfully early in the evening, or you want to reschedule?
I don't think I'm prepared to discuss. I think we want to gather evidence. We want to.
Okay.
There's a lot out there that I
Yeah,
have.
we're hearing two different things, so.
Right.
Yeah, you want to agendize it for next?
I want to agendize it in open session.
I'll second that.
City Attorney, can you opine on that choice?
We can go with, there's communications that we've had outside the privilege that we can base that report on. We can use public sources and deliberations. If there's something confidential about strategy or exposure and mitigating that exposure, then I can communicate with you in writing. And we can discuss the rest openly.
What about if any city council member wants to give information that is private, that isn't public? We going to be stopped from doing that?
Then I expect to speak
Improperly?
up and invoke the privilege and
that's-
caution you about that. Yeah. But
that's
when
where
we've
the
talked
presiding
about other matters openly before, and your instruction to me was to use public sources to be able to do that. So we can do it either way, council.
Okay, I second placing that on the agenda. Let's get it done once and for all, hopefully.
And just for clarification, I support that, but I'm asking, I think it would be kind of a two-part discussion, closed session and open session for the matter. So the things that are privileged that can't be discussed in public can be discussed and closed. And then as the city attorney pointed out, in open session, we can have the public dialogue that we are allowed to do.
I would probably alter that, and maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse, but maybe open session. And if we find that there are closed session issues, we could recess and would you agree to that?
Yeah,
I think,
Or do we,
No,
are there closed session issues we need to know about before we go into open session?
I'm concerned because there to me was a clear threat of litigation, and that without some confidential discussion during closed session where we really understand the city's position and legal justifications and potential defenses if there was some kind of a challenge before we go into the open session, I think that's really important that we make that very clear. I'm actually really concerned about talking about this in open session because we have clear individuals who are looking to challenge us legally, and I'm an attorney myself. I don't know. I try to not volunteer information, even if you think it's not going to put you in a difficult position. So that raises a lot of concerns for me. Happy to have the open discussion, but I'd like to make sure we get everything out of the way and we're all on the same exact page before we go into open session. So I think I'd still keep the closed session first.
Yeah, my thinking on that is that the only reason why we would have a closed section is because someone referenced something about there's be legal ramifications. You could imply that that means litigation. There's been no comment. I am going to sue. There will be litigation. And the litigation privilege is ours. We don't have to exercise it. We can waive it. The people that are making these issues have been at that podium probably 4 or 5 times in the last couple of months saying, why don't you address this? Why don't you address it? Including the lady who, whoever the lady was that said, made some reference to legal stuff. the questions are simple. They're not litigation. They're not complicated. They're not extensively legal. We've got some documents that need to be redacted. I understand we've had conversations with the district attorney, which are not confidential and not privileged. And it's a simple matter. And Gene, I couldn't agree with you more that we need to resolve this. And I don't think we need to do it. You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to agendize it. And if we hear from the speaker, whoever the lady was that hinted at litigation, if she responds to the city that says, I'm not suing anybody for anything, I just was expressing my opinion, making sausage at the podium, so to speak. Then, you know, if she says, I'm going to litigate, then we can go into closed session. But barring that, I'd like to have a discussion, hear from the city attorney, the city manager, get those things off the record so that we can move on and not have to be
Mayor,
bothered by them.
I think we're going too far into discussion. We're only supposed to be agendizing a discussion on this, not having it here at the dais.
This is a
But I think-
discussion about
I think you've gone too
agendizing it.
far into
Well,
the issue. You've said some things that you're making statements
I'm
about things
discussing
now,
the
what's
motion.
legal and what's not, but
So
I
let's-
agree that I heard the threat of litigation. I heard it, and I think it's advisable to have all of us in closed session be advised what is open and what's closed, so that we're all knowledgeable of it, so that if anyone then does disclose anything that shouldn't be, then we were all
Very
advised
good.
ahead of time.
Councilmember Ferguson, would you show up for that closed session?
I think we're taking this too far. I'll go anywhere to meet, as long as you don't vote to kick me out like you've done before. This council has done, but
So-
this is so simple and we're making it so complicated. We have a city manager
Okay, now
that
we're
simply
too far.
has to answer
We're going too
questions.
far.
So you want to
Then
make
that's
it an
stop.
agenda item? That's fine. Do what we need to do to get to the bottom of it.
This
Thank
is what I
you.
was talking about,
Oh,
this
please.
whole meeting, this.
Kathy, stop trying
Will
to
you
censor
restate
people.
your motion, please?
My
Or
motion-
did you
My
state a
motion was to agendize, and I thought I was seconding your motion, but I'll make a motion to agendize this issue of the redacting of the documents that have been posted on the city website, to agendize it. And if we hear from whoever the lady was who made the comment, if we hear from her that there's no litigation pending or threatened or suggested, that we simply have the meeting. If we hear from them that there is litigation, you can pull it off the agenda. We
Right,
can pull it
of
off
course.
at any time and
And-
go into
and-
closed
and-
session. I don't think we need a closed session in
So
advance.
my friendly amendment is, well, so my friendly amendment would be start off with closed session. So the city attorney can set some rules.
That sounds like a substitute motion.
Yeah, okay, that's.
And I'll second the substitute, although there wasn't a second to the first. Is
So
there a
you're
second to
suggesting
Steve's
it's
motion?
Closed session first to
Laura.
discuss,
Right.
and then
Laura,
have it
would you like to
agendized.
second
Right,
Steve's
exactly.
motion?
I can live with
No, I
that.
would not
Nothing's
like
necessary, but I
that.
live with it.
There
Oh,
is no
okay.
second to that motion?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
Okay,
do.
he says
It
he'll
should all be out
live
in the
with the
open.
closed session
Chris
now.
seconded Gene's motion.
Okay, thank
So-
you.
City clerk.
We trying to stretch this meeting out?
Yeah, we are.
Can I do that? I just want to
We got
clarify
2 hours
that
to go, Chris. Come on.
until there's precedent for this is you talked about, by the way, I think that there is, it's my call. The city's legal counsel gets to decide if there's significant facts and circumstances given rights to submit significant exposure litigation. So I want to think about that and make that call. I think we're there. I've heard many people argue that the city's practice is a violation of privacy rights. And so I think we're there. We're over the line
So let's
that
have
I
a
can advise you
conversation about
privately.
that in the open.
What I don't want to do, though, is in the same meeting, write a public agenda report until I can confer with the council about how much of the closed session briefing you'd like to discuss publicly. You see what I mean? I can't forecast. We can't in a written report
We're
what we
not
want to
asking
see.
for a staff report, just agenda.
So that's
City
fine.
clerk.
That, then we can do that. I just wanted to clarify. Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
We agreed the whole time.
It's stating why it's not allowed.
Item 12.
Councilmember items are complete. Next item is council subcommittee updates. None. Okay, moving on to ordinances. Second reading of ordinance 1727, that's the zoning amendment for temporary outdoor dining and parklets. And I have one speaker card from Amanda.
Hi, council members. At the last, the first reading of this ordinance, I wasn't able to speak. I was hoping other people were going to speak on that, on the opposition of outdoor dining. And my concerns are that it's going to be extended to, was it the end of 2023? And, that's a long time to take up all these parking spaces. And, when viewing a couple Facebook pages, this issue has been brought up, and there's a lot of local residents that were in opposition to that. And I was hoping that they would send some emails to the city council members. And but one of the concerns that I had is that the spaces were going to go from 16 to 42, and that was, I think, really drastic. And, we're here trying to promote local businesses, and I really support that. But I think the emphasis is basically for restaurants, and what happened to the other businesses that really need those parking spaces. And, that's why I'm in opposition of that. At the last city council member meeting, Councilmember Ward brought up the concerns regarding that it went against the general plan amendment. And that was huge. And I'm surprised that the other council members didn't, back Councilmember Ward regarding that. And as far as, she also raised concerns regarding the road work that is being pushed even further. I think it was originally to 2023 and then to 2024. And I forgot how long it's going to be pushed back. And the road work on Del Mar regarding the electrical issues. And so I'm really concerned about that. I think that this so-called temporary outdoor dining ordinance is going on beyond the years. And I really think that we need to limit that. So I really am in opposition because it really takes away local residents' parking spaces. And that's all I have. Thank you.
That's all.
Great. Council members, any thoughts before we have a second reading? I'm going to have a few.
Okay, I have just a couple. I'm going to continue. I can't support it. And you know that. I found out in going through a few things this weekend that I heard from some shop owners that they weren't notified. And then I checked the DBA membership today to find out there's only 21 out of like 75 people who are actually on Del Mar that are part of the DBA.
I thought it was 19.
No, it's about 19, but some of those are restaurants. So, but 21 that actually have a Del Mar address. Otherwise, there are people that are in the city that have other businesses that might be interested in what Del Mar is doing, so they're on there. But to me, as a council member, all these years, I know that when we do a project, we send out notification to the property owners. So they would have gone to the building owners if we sent those out. I counted on all these years for the DBA to reach out to each and every single business and let them know what was going on. I believe that wasn't totally done. They're only going by their membership and who's actually on the DBA. So I have concerns that this wasn't a complete good process. If this was a good idea, it'll be a good idea in a month with everyone's participation. But I do understand we had a reading. I will respect that. I am concerned that this goes 2 years. It's going to allow public parking to be interrupted. Enforcement will be interrupted. We didn't consider impacts to side streets, things like that. I think there's a danger in having things be so torn up with having, parking spaces being gone and having dining there. But I think there's a danger in future years of not having the orderly planning and business of the city being gone on. And I think that we will find in 2 years that we're going to have some unintended consequences by having this be done. So I'm just going to say that, but I will honor what everyone has decided. I think it doesn't help the businesses very much, but I'm going to have to vote no.
Okay, so anyone else? I have a couple things, and this will not require, these are not significant, these are not major changes. More about execution rather than change. Number one, I had a reservation on the 500 feet for ADA handicap parking, ADA parking. I had a significant issue there. I changed it to 150 feet. But what I'm going to say is I would like to direct the Director of Public Works to, before granting that approval, that every business within a 150-foot radius of that dining gives unanimous approval to cover up that ADA parking. And also the second thing, from an enforcement perspective, I think there were some bad actors last time. I think there were some folks that were taking up a lot of space and there was no one there. And restaurants still have a significant problem with staffing. And I go into restaurants and they will remain nameless. Then I walk in and they're not even staffed for the number of tables and customers they have. So I'm concerned about that occurring with outdoor dining. So I want there to be a log of public complaints that anyone can look at. That anyone can see that the public complained about restaurant X, Y, and Z not filling their tables, not being open 6 days a week, whatever. But there should be a public record log that I could go on the website, the city's website, and find what complaints there are against which restaurants. Is that possible, city manager?
That's a heavy ask. A lot of those complaints go to the county health department as it relates to
I'm not
restaurant.
concerned about health complaints. I'm concerned about any complaint related to the operation of outdoor dining.
So what I would say is that there is a complaint process that already exists as it relates to code enforcement. And so we could report back or track all of those complaints that are related to outdoor dining that we receive. That would be the most appropriate and efficient way to do so.
I'm good with that as long as I can see it.
Yep.
But on that point, if I could, the code compliance complaint section, really, people could be talking about outdoor dining without thinking code compliance and never go to that link in the website. Would it be possible to have a separate silo, a separate link that says outdoor dining comments, so that anytime anyone goes on our public website and they're upset about dining, they can see here's a link on outdoor dining?
What I would prefer to do is, if I prefer using existing processes that work in place. If the desire of the council was to do a press release that we communicated to the public and also marketed it through the DBA and the chamber, that if there are any complaints related to outdoor dining, here's the portal to submit those complaints. That would be the code enforcement portal. I have no problem with promoting that to all of those businesses. And the other thing that you could think about, and I'm not trying to add more things to the ordinance, you could make it a requirement that any business that has outdoor dining posts a sign that indicates if there are any complaints to outdoor dining, please go here.
And these are all tweaks that do not have to be in our motion today. This is what we're going to direct the city staff.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, as the brain cells start to work, we could also make it so that they have to post in the outdoor dining section that if there are any complaints to outdoor dining, please go here, and have a QR code or whatever.
Sure.
that the person could do via their mobile phone.
Just as a point on that, because I agree that did exist. Now, I do think we've done some things to address that. Outdoor dining didn't cost anything at first, right? And then a lot of people built things. Then it didn't cost that much. Now it's a pretty significant investment by whoever's going to have this. And so I do think that's going to cut down naturally on a lot of the concerns. But I agree that let's go ahead and have a public outlook for this so that everyone understands that there are concerns about those kind of issues. Because it's very hard for code compliance to be out there monitoring this on a daily basis, right? We don't have the staffing for that.
Do we have any other comments? So with that, I'm going to make a motion to adopt ordinance number 1727 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending section 17.28.206 of the San Clemente Municipal Code, regulating temporary parklet dining, which establishes standards for outdoor dining areas and sunsets on December the 31st, 2023.
Second.
And one other comment I'll make is it's what's the law extending the ABC regulations?
AB 61.
AB 61 expires in December 2023. I do not see outdoor dining coming back in 2024.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Did I get a second?
Yeah,
Yes.
I guess I second you.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No?
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 3-2.
And with that, I'll make a motion to an adjourned regular meeting to be held on April the 12th, 2022 at 4 p.m. for the purpose of conducting the Strategic Priorities Workshop. The meeting will take place at Bella Colina Golf Course, located at 200 Avenida La Plata, San Clemente.
Second. Steve's got it.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock, Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.